Baturdays. Baturdays. Omnidog in the Minister of Comics. Talk forever, get right your ergonomics. Taking questions from the chat. With a name like that, you think they talk more about the facts. Baturdays. 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 In the BatCave.
Heyo, welcome to Baturdays in the BatCave. Sorry we're late. I had to stop by the side of the road and pick up a hitchhiker who wasn't looking too good. He didn't sound too good. He's having a little problem talking, and that person was, of course, Chip Zdarsky. So I dropped him off at his house, and here's Bunk. What up, Bunk?
You know, if I am second place to Chip Zdarsky, I will take that every day of the week.
Bunk is kindly dragged himself off his sick bed to co-host this with me tonight, because up until about an hour ago, I was going to do it solo. But Bunk said, hey, I'm not feeling too bad. And maybe, you know, the way it is with me, I do the show and I always feel better. And maybe it'll help you feel better, Bunka Master.
You know, we'll see. It's mostly my throat, so like talking is the thing that like is murdering me. So doing a stream is maybe not the most advisable thing. But you know what would make me feel way worse than talking for 3 hours is having to watch my buddy Omnidog stream by himself and not have a counterpoint going on there. So I said, to heck with that. There's no one in this thumbnail. I'm taking one for the team and doing this.
You're a selfless and nice guy. I appreciate it a lot. It really does. It really is a great thing for you to help. I really appreciate it. And okay, everybody's yelling at me for being late, but Bunk is the one wearing the Christmas sweater. I won't say it's ugly. I think it looks pretty good.
I think so too, and it actually like fits kind of nice. Normally, like sweaters are kind of like amorphous, and they just kind of make you like a blob of fabric. But I don't know, like I actually like this sweater, and it's pretty comfy too.
I have a Bah Humbug Santa hat, but I tried it on last week, and it didn't really look that good on me. These look better on my wife, but she won't wear Bah Humbug. Blubbly blubbly blah. Palpatine returned somehow. It's too hot.
Is Patty more of a Marion Bright kind of person? I get that sense from her. Like you seem like the Bah Humbug. She seems Marion Bright.
Yeah, she. As a matter of fact, there was a tie I inherited from my father 40 years ago, and it was dark blue with what looked like red stripes, but they were little letters that just said Bah Humbug, Bah Humbug, Bah Humbug, Bah Humbug. She never let me wear it, ever, and it didn't make the cut out of the... It may shock you to find out that I actually had about 25 ties at one time. Now I am down to 3, and it did not make the cut. So I never got a chance to wear it, and it's a sad thing. I used the dad part inherited from him. It was like his spirit animal tie, and she was having none of it. Never worked. Ever.
I gotta say, you having 3 ties means that you have too many ties.
I totally agree with you.
How often do you do something that requires you to put on a tie?
Well, at this point, I would say it's generally funerals.
Yeah.
Although we went to a wedding in 2021.
2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Yeah, COVID was still happening, but yeah, it wasn't as bad. So I wore a tie then. That was a wedding. And we went to a funeral earlier this year. I had a tie on.
If you were having to like really rack your brain to think of all the times that you wore a tie going back like 2 years, that means you're fine with one tie.
Yeah, I can wear it with anything. You know what I don't have to rack my brain about?
Is it this awesome chat? All of our wonderful friends who are hanging out and waiting for us?
That was the second thing I was going to say. It would be my code Omnidog for organic price books and my fabulous new code Omnidog Sit. Omnidog Sit. For 4 books or more, 5% off. I am going to use that code myself this weekend. I just need to find one more book.
Now, with savings that great, Jess, this has to be a one-time code, right? Like, you can't continually use this. That would be absurd to save that much money.
You'd think that, but you'd be wrong. You can use this 5 or 6 times a day if you want. It just goes on and on and on, like Celine Dion singing about her heart will go on forever at some movie where a ship sank. Omnidog Sit is there for you all the time.
That adaptation of the Lusitania, right? That ship that went down? Or no, it was the Maine. It was the Maine. Remember the Maine and the Spanish-American War. That one.
Lusitania. Were you a Seinfeld fan?
I mean, I like Seinfeld, but I have seen like maybe 10 episodes that just have been on. If there's a specific Seinfeld reference, I do not know that one.
Okay. I feel like there was a Lusitania reference in a Seinfeld episode where the guy played it. The guy played it as a way. He played that card as a way to get sympathy so he could keep his rent-controlled apartment away from George. So it was it was funny at the time. Yeah. Lusitania. Okay. That's enough of that. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Getting mad at me. Remember that guy who would always want to see what Jess was wearing for my shirt? Yeah, I do. What shirt will Jess be wearing tonight? Well, it's this. It's too hot right now for a sweater. It's like 50 degrees outside. And what is it there in where you are? So you got a sweater on. So is it in the 40s or 30s?
Yeah, we're I think we're like high 40s at this point, but I also stream in my basement, as do you, and I'm pretty temperature controlled. Like I never get too hot or too cold, so I'd be fine walking outside right now in a tank top or in like this outfit. So
wear a tank top for our next stream, man.
I wore a tank top on the Thursday stream I did with the Brave and the Boys after we were all rocking the V's on his bachelor party stream.
That's right.
It became a thing, and now like that's my recurring my wear. But you know what? If you want me to wear a tank top for our next stream, I will happily wear a tank top.
Sazmerv just finished Where the Body Was. I haven't even got my copy of that yet. How did you get your copy, Sazmerv?
That is coming up on my Hoopla list. I just went through the new volume of Nightwing that just dropped. I need to do the new Dark Knights of Steel, volume 2 that just came out. And then after that, just because I don't want it to be one that I like rush into, Where the Body Was is going to be next up in my like, I have to read this right now.
Are you getting Dark Knights of Steel physically or on the app?
All of these are going to be Hoopla reads. So
okay.
When they release like they did with Nice House on the Lake, when they release a 1 in volume deluxe of Dark Knights of Steel, I'll pick that up. But for just like the individual hardcovers, I'm totally good with Hoopla every time.
I have completely thrown in the towel, and I am just buying standard hardcovers. I've made my peace with it. I know Webhead hasn't from the comicreleases.com. He's makes remarks about it every single month. He hasn't given in yet. I'm fine, but also I feel like I kind of have to have the physical copy if I'm going to be doing any kind of review or overview, talk about it at all. That's the justification I give my wife all the time anyway. But it's actually true. It's harder for me to remember books that I read on Hoopla. And it's harder for me to access them if I'm trying to make a show out of a review or an overview. So that's one reason why I have such giant stacks of shame. Although they're not doing me any good if I'm not reading and reviewing. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Yeah. So I ordered all three of those. Where the Body Was, the new Nightwing, and Dark Knights of Steel.
Be excited for that Nightwing was the first one I read. I got through that, especially issue 100. Hit me right in the feels.
I love Tom Taylor's Nightwing. It's so great.
You remember like the emotional high that that issue 86 or whatever it started on was like with that first one where it's like
the one where it started.
Yeah, where it's him remembering like basically his two dads, how both Alfred and Bruce were like dads for him.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of an emotional payoff come issue 100, and even just like talking about it right now, I'm getting a little tingly.
Really?
Yeah, it was.
I'm excited now.
Chat, if you read issue 100, back me up. Like, did you get the feels when you read issue 100 and you know exactly what scene I'm talking about?
Here's a Earth 1 Jess.
She's Earth 1, you're Earth 2, Jess.
I'm Earth 2. I'm the Silver Age older version of Jess. She's the Earth 1 younger modern Jess.
And then, you know, when it's Crisis on Infinite Jesses, you guys meet up and talk about Superman.
Yeah. We actually almost thought about calling that the channel that. I'm sorry, the show that.
The show, yeah.
Crisis on Infinite Jesses. We still may call it, but that was one of the names we threw around. Eager for the day I get a complete collection of Dark Knights of Steel. It's honestly just as much about the minimal shelf space you save. I loved the first volume. I can't wait to see it. See the second volume.
Also, how good was that art? I mean, just like every time you go through there. Oh, I mean,
yeah,
amazing Elseworld story, amazing recasting, and then that art. Putri? Is it Putri? Is that Lutri?
I don't have my DC stuff right at hand. It's in the other room mostly.
Whoever, like, they are so spot on for like that theme, that sort of like medieval style. Like they are able to like so completely capture both the theme and transpose the characters that they're being there. Excellent. Can't wait for that one to come up next.
Mr. Tech spending my money. I have not picked Young Justice yet. Maybe that will be my fourth books.
It's a Peter David book.
Yeah.
You know he writes good books.
I have had two different people on two different shows tell me how good it was. Let me just settle this discussion right here. We're talking about Ghosts and Ghosts BBC. Peace and love. But Ghosts BBC is the better episode. However, I'm glad you can enjoy both if you're watching both. But Ghost BBC is the one for me. First of all, it's hilarious. And that's all you need to know.
Yeah, I was going to, for a comedy, if it's hilarious, like you don't really need to sell it more than that. Just, that's kind of what you're looking to get out of it.
Yeah. Jess and Larry talking about it, and Jake, James Abel, my super
James
producer.
and Josh confused. Like whenever I'm talking, and especially if both of them are on, I always call, you know, James Josh and Josh James.
Oh, I've done shows with Taylor and Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nightmare. Tyler.
Well, and especially because now you have a second Taylor.
Yeah, right. Now I need to get all three of them on.
You could end up saying Taylor and in your mind be thinking of the other Taylor. So even if you say the right name, you know, everybody still knows it's off.
Yeah, or I could be looking right at Tyler and call him Taylor. True Graphic, welcome. I'm hoping to get the new Nightwing and Dark Knights of Steel Volume 2 for Christmas. I happen to know I'm getting them for Christmas because when they come in, I'm going to give them to my wife and say, give these to me for Christmas. There's a stack like that where I just said, this year, I'm buying all my own presents. I always forget what I ask for anyway. So let me just buy these. I'll give them to you. I won't know what they are. And I'll get exactly what I want. I even bought a couple of movies. that I've
It'll be
given her
like
and forgotten about.
it'll be like that Bros unboxing that you did a few years back, where you're like, "What? When did I order this?"
Do you remember what the book was?
I don't. I wasn't watching. I just remember the story.
Oh, it was this.
Oh, I mean that's a good book to like be surprised by.
Yeah, but I hadn't intended on buying it. But I was up all night on pain meds after surgery, and a surprise order came in from an online retailer, and I had no idea what was in it. And that was one of the big ones that was in it. It's good to have True Graphic here. Nick Lewis, welcome. Have you guys read Once and Future? It uses the concept of stories in a really cool way and has beautiful Dan Mora art. You see us both shaking our heads. Yes, that is a great book. It would be one of my books of the year this year, except it was my book of the year last year. And then volume 2 isn't coming out until August of 2024, which is Crisis on Infinite Bookshelves, man, because we need that right away. Are you a fan of it, Bunk, as you rapidly shook your head yes?
I am. It's funny. Like I mean, first off, anything that Dan Moore draws, like I'm instantly there. Like I am all about it.
Even Klaus?
Jake mischaracterized what I said about it. Klaus does not have okay art. Klaus has fantastic art. It is a perfectly fine story. It is so over the top and generic. It reads like a JRPG plot with just, overbearing baron of a land is oppressive to his people because he's slowly being possessed by a demon in a stone. That if you've been playing RPGs since the NES era, you'd be like,
sounds like a JRPG.
Yep. And then one hero stands against them and unites a kingdom and goes about it. It's,
Well, thanks. You've ruined Klaus for me.
No, Grant Morrison ruined Klaus for you. I just made you understand.
Whoa. Bunk. Shots fired, man.
I will shot fire Grant Morrison any day. Come at me, Grant.
Sadsworth got it from his LCS fair. It was the Andrea Doria. Thank you. The Andrea Doria. Yeah.
The Lusitania episode?
Yeah, it was the Andrea Doria episode, actually. Marvel Babs here. Great to see you. Marcelo, good to see you.
All right. Sorry, Marcelo says I gotta leave. Thanks, guys. It's been a great stream. I'll see you later.
I'm allowing you to stay.
Marcelo. Okay. All right. Sorry, Marcelo. You're gonna have to.
He could be a bit of a taskmaster, but he wants you to stay. That's some love disguised as.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you, Marcelo, even if you don't appreciate me.
Lionheart, good to see you, you incredible Street Fighter game player. Here's an interesting question, because the answer to both is yes. Jess, are you picking up the Fear Agent this week? Yes. Or do you already have it? Yes.
Now, do you have it in trades, or did you have the previous library editions?
At the previous library editions.
Okay.
And Organic Price Books asked me if I wanted to overview it. And I said, I already own it. I'm happy to overview it, but to be honest, it will probably be given away at my 8,500 subscriber mark.
Yeah.
Which was formerly known as the 8,000 subscriber celebration, but I passed that way far away, and I can't. What's to celebrate now? I'm at like 8,200 or something.
You're at 8,200. Okay.
All right. I don't know. What am I at, James?
Go outside. Go just like start yelling into your street. Subscribe to Omnidog. Let's get him there by the end of this stream, because then this becomes a giveaway stream. You guys want that? Just head on out there. It's you may look like a crazy person, but this is totally selfish of you, because if it's advertised as a giveaway stream, everybody's going to get in there. But if we can get to 8,500 tonight, think about what a great chance you have of winning. I'm right.
I know that you just gave me an idea.
To go yell in your street to go subscribe to Omnidog?
That idea, but I will say that I think since the last since my 7,000 subscriber celebration giveaway, I have twice as many books now to give away. I mean, I've just been stockpiling overview books from Organic Price Books that I'm not going to be keeping, and I've got twice as many. And the last stream I did, I think it was 5 hours by myself. What if I had a co-host, a different co-host for each hour? Like, I could have, if it started at 1 in the afternoon, I could have like Bar, and then Bunk, and then like Jake or the Minister or this person or that. I could have people stay in. I could have them stay in for the whole time or jump off whenever they want. Good job, Bunk. I don't know what you said, but it kicked off an idea in my head.
I don't think I said anything resembling that, but I will absolutely take credit for that. I either like the idea of like a pyramid growth where it's like the first hour you do by yourself, and then you add in another guest at like the 1 hour mark, and then or like 30-minute mark, and then you keep building. And so by the end of it, there's like 8 guests on there. Or I like the idea of like rapid fire speed dating guests. It's just like, okay, cool. Let's give away some bets. What do you think of this book? You hate it? Great. Next guest. Let's go until we find a guest that likes it. There's a lot of things to be done with this. I like this idea.
Speed dating. Okay, good. Because I seriously, he's sending me more to overview, and the stack is already up to my hips. It may be actually higher than that. This is my stack of giveaway. Let's see. There they are.
Whoa.
Well,
are you giving away that copy of Dark Ride in the corner there? Because I know you love. Are you giving away that copy of Dark Ride in the corner there too? Because that's on the floor.
Oh no, that's over there. That's my stack of shame having been read. That's over there.
Yeah, because that was the book club that you guys liked. Wow, that's got to be higher than your hip right there.
Are you seeing it? Okay.
Yeah, that's coming through. Yeah, because that's two calyxes tall, or 2 calyx shelves tall. Yeah, no, more than that.
Yeah, more than that.
Yeah, like two and like, I don't know, like a quarter.
And he's going to be sending me like 5 more books this week.
Dang.
Yeah, man. So
I making some alt accounts and subscribing to Omnidog for this giveaway.
Yeah, sorry. What's up, Hayden? Good to see you. Okay, what Mr. types it. Bunk's throat hurts from his Grant Morrison rants. Timely comment.
Not untrue. Elon was there on Thursday and knows my feelings on I want to say Mr. Morrison. MX. I don't know how you pronounce it, but MX Morrison. MX is the abbreviation. Like instead of Mr. or Mrs., MX is for like they them pronouns.
Oh,
how do you pronounce it?
I hadn't heard that.
For
the MX. That's the. Wait, is that a surname? No, it's a surname's last name. It's a prefix. What is that known as? Mr. and Mrs. prefix. So it's MX.
Right. I have seen that before in like from LGBTQ spaces where it's they refer Mr. Mrs. or like. And I've seen times where it's like an MX celebration for like, illustrating it's all inclusive.
Okay.
But I don't know how it's pronounced.
Mix.
Mix sounds good to me.
Let's just say it right now. Draw a line in the sand. Mix. Mix like, Morrison.
I mean.
Mix Pitlick.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Mix Pitlick.
I feel like fifth dimensional imps probably like are like beyond gender. Like,
yeah. Totally.
So maybe Mr. Mix, despite the fact that it's a Mr. in the prefix, it's is actually in themselves an MX.
Let's take a look at this comment. My only ugly sweater is a 99 St. Louis Rams Super Bowl one. It's very warm, worth the $10 it cost on discount. First of all, how dare you suggest that's anything other than awesome? Because I also have a 99 St. Louis Rams shirt. I do. I don't know if it made the cut.
Was 99 the Super Bowl against the Titans?
Yeah, the Kurt Warner
that-
first one.
That was one of my absolute favorite Super Bowls that my team was not playing in. Just like as an objective Super Bowl, I think that was such a great Super Bowl.
Went right down to the last second.
Right.
That's for sure.
Yeah, Eddie George, the running back, it's that last drive, and he gets tackled at like the half-yard line, and it just, times out.
That was Kevin
over.
Dyson.
Was it? It was
Steve McNair passed it to Kevin Dyson, and he took it to the 1-yard line where he was stopped by Mike Jones, the linebacker from the Rams.
Okay, I remember that a offensive player for the Titans got tackled there, and Eddie George was the star running back that year.
Oh yeah,
in my memory of it, because my team wasn't playing, I just kind of plunked him in for that, and then just like as the confetti's coming down and the Rams are all celebrating, the game's over, you just see him sort of like twisting and just like in his mind trying to get over. It was just like such a sad visual, but like as just a fan watching that, I thought that was just such a great Super Bowl. And of course the Rams won, so you had to have been happy with it.
Oh yeah, there's a picture of Kelly and I. They had the 99 Rams had the bob and weave as their end zone celebration.
Mm-hmm.
And so Kelly and it was just me in the basement from 97 to 99 watching Rams games. Like 97 and 98, I was celebrating a touchdown. Or if they got 3 first downs in a row, that's when DirecTV, when I first got them, and I was like, whoa, we scored a touchdown. It was only 42-7. So they were just used to my disappearing into the basement on Sundays, and I knew something was happening with Kurt Warner after the first few games, that that greatest show on turf. I knew something was happening, and they only got dragged into it when I went upstairs for the playoff games in the Super Bowl. So there's a picture of me and Kelly doing the bob and weave when she's 8, and then we try and recreate it for their Super Bowl win in 2021. So we have those next to each other. We're both I'm just as tall, she's much taller, and I'm much grayer. But now,
did you recreate that one for the Rams 2001 Super Bowl? Because that was my favorite Rams Super Bowl.
That's enough. We're gonna have to say goodbye to Bunk for now, because he should know not to do that to me on air. You son of a bitch! Why would you do that to me on air? How dare you?
I'm sorry. Did something happen in 2001? I remember the Rams were in the Super Bowl.
Why are you pushing that? Here's Mary M. Hey, Larry's Library. Hey, Mary. Hello,
Mary.
Friends.
Hey, Larry.
I plan to fold laundry and wrap Christmas presents during this live, so thank you for being here. Right on. No, we don't want Bunk to feel better now. We want him to feel worse, except he's calling you hunk.
In certain circles of the internet, I am known as Hunk Master V.
You are?
I am. This
that
is a
stops fact. Here. Here's Mallory, my friend. Just so good to see you. This is the best part of the week for me. Woo! Always glad we can be on the show, Bunk. Hope you're feeling terrible for the rest of the week for your rude comments to Jess not 50 seconds ago. No, Mallory's great person. I'm not done with Mallory yet.
Sorry. I wanted to say nice things about Mallory too, but finish your nice things about.
Say something nice about her. Go ahead.
So I was going to say Mallory always has like some of the most pleasant comments. Like when I think of like pleasant comment, it's like Farhan, it's Mallory. We have just like such a pleasant community here. But I was also going to say Mallory's profile picture is a sloth, and Milo, we basically decided from a super early age was going to be a sloth baby, and he has adopted like sloths as his thing now, which is funny.
He likes sloths?
He is the opposite of a sloth. Like he is hype. He's always on the go. He's always like looking for things to like flop off of. But like sloths are very near and dear to our family's heart because Milo is the fastest sloth on earth. We call him.
What made you think he was going to be sloth-like?
It just was like one of those things that we didn't necessarily think he was going to be sloth-like, but we just, we got him a pacifier with like a little like sloth hang down, and then just like
Okay.
it became like his thing, and he like because of that loves sloths now, and just like everyone in the family started getting him sloth stuff because of that. So he loves sloths. We have like one of his I just read him tonight, baby sloth's bedtime book, about a baby sloth going to bed. He asked for it. Sloth. So
And is he a year old? How old
he's
is
2.
he?
He's 2.
2. Okay. What was that movie that actually was really good?
The Goonies?
Wasn't sorry?
If you're talking about the character that has sloth, the Goonies?
No, no, and it was actually animated, and it had Jason Bateman as a fox, and then there was a sloth at like the DMV behind the counter.
Oh, Zootopia. Yeah.
Zootopia. That movie was good.
Oh,
I really liked that.
Love Zootopia. Have you seen the Zootopia Plus episodes that are on Disney Plus now?
No. Oh, was that
So like
so
I think
Zootopia was a Disney pick?
Yeah.
Oh, was it Pixar? Or
no, I think it was just
Disney
Studios.
Okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
But yeah, so I want to say it was either last year or earlier this year. They came out with a like limited series called Zootopia Plus, where it was just these like little vignettes in the Zootopia world. And so like in the second episode, it ended up being do you remember the mafia in that is like run by the rodent?
Yeah. Yeah.
So his daughter, they do a Real Housewives of Rodenville, and it's like very clearly like Real Housewives of New Jersey. And she's going on and on with her friends, and they're going out like this, and it's like it is the best. And it's just like these, I think they're like 10 to 15 minutes, and they just go through like different parts of Zootopia and like tell like these different little stories. It's amazing.
I can't wait to see it. That sounds great. I think the sloth behind the counter's very funny, and Jason Bateman is a great. Now, does Jason Bateman appear in any of these episodes? His character?
So I haven't watched it for a little while. I don't believe either he or the main character Judy Hopps are in it, because like the whole point is like fleshing out the world. So like the first one, it's like you get the beginning where she leaves to get on the train, and then like you see what happens on the bunny farm afterwards. And like the idea is that it's about Zootopia. It's not just like a sequel where it's like, here are the characters and what they're doing. It's like,
I like
Zootopia is a living world, and like these are the stories that you didn't see when you watched the movie.
Yeah, I like that idea. And Mallory, I've left your chat message up there just to remind myself to tell you that I think I have some books that I'm going to send to Mallory, but I think I'm going to wait till December 26th, because this week is going to be a mad crush at the post office. And even though I do all my printing and shipping labels and stuff here, I still hate going to the post office. So I know you can wait, and I know you're appreciative. Peace and love. But I'm going to wait till after Christmas to send them to you. And I still have to decide. Maybe that can be one of my books, is the Spider-Man Chip Zdarsky, the horrible blue spine book. Maybe I upgrade to that and send Mallory the trades. Mallory, would you like the trades of the Spectacular Spider-Man by Zdarsky? If you say no, then it's a sign from the gods that I'm not upgrading. If you say yes, then I will upgrade.
Don't forget Life Story is part of that, and honestly, that's worth buying the omnibus right there for it.
Well, now it's interesting you say that, because if Mallory wants Spectacular Spider-Man, she will also be given my oversized hardcover of Life Story.
That thing is hard to find now.
Oh, are you saying I should sell it on the internet, on eBay?
I'm not saying that, but let's just take a quick peek at what it's going for on eBay. I mean, I'm sure it's come down now that the omnibus has come out, but for a second there, like, that's sold out, and because that one had the annual in it as well, it was going for a little bit there.
Just Mr. Tex just got his Black Friday splurge, which includes Spectacular Spider-Man by Zdarsky. No, I did not kill a hitchhiker. Elon wants to know whose face is on your mug, Bunk. He's looking at eBay right now.
It's just $30 now. So, or actually, like, there's one right here, 1990. Wait, no, that's the trade. Yeah, it's like $30. So,
I'd rather make Mallory happy.
Who's on? It's this handsome fellow.
That's not me. That looks like Sean McVay.
I believe this handsome fellow could probably call a football game a little bit better than Sean McVay these days. So if anyone has seen
How dare
The
you?
Office,
Who is that? What?
Don't pretend like suddenly you're all buddy with Sean McVay right now. I have the text receipts that you were upset with how Sean McVay's going. That's me. That's me on there.
Is you?
Yeah. So this was a Christmas gift from my sister a few years ago. So if anyone has seen The Office, there's an episode where it's implied that not implied. Kelly threw a party for everyone at Dunder Mifflin over the summer, and everyone except Dwight and Jim went. And as party favors, it was an America Got Talent thing. She made everyone in the office a mug that had their face with like this star in the background.
Oh,
and so every character who was there except for them was like drinking from a mug that had their face like that. And so my little sister a few years ago got my wife and I these particular ones.
Your hair's so short there.
Yeah, this was she got it from Facebook because like she did it as a surprise, so she couldn't ask like can I get a photo? And so yeah, my hair goes in batches. Sometimes it's short, sometimes it's longer.
Huh? No, I honestly did not see that it was you. I mean, I accept your explanation, but it didn't. It did look more like Sean McVay to me.
I mean, Sean McVay is a very handsome man. I'll take it.
Good. Damn, we get the Studley Omnidog and the Hunka Bunka. Wow. Hayden throwing them compliments out.
You know, I always love seeing Hayden. Miss seeing you in Discords. Miss your Will and Grace gifts. Nobody gift like Hayden, but love seeing you here in the chat.
All the Omni family is here tonight in the chat. Yeah, that's right. My whole Discord is here. Discord's dead right now. Hey, Cage, how's it going? Ryan's here. Having trouble. Dennis, good evening. Okay, so I got behind on this. Okay, Once and Future, Dark Knights of Steel. Yes. Young Justice is we talked about Rising. Jess, will we be getting Batman Gotham After Midnight? Have you read recommend? Gotham After Midnight. Is that the Raphael Grandpa one?
I just saw that one got released. I know nothing about that book, and yet I'm still like, yeah, I could probably buy that. It's some deluxe that just came out.
Gotham After.
I think. I know Gotham by Midnight was the New 52 title that my buddy Ben Templesmith was on. And I think I have some pages from that one. But that was like New 52
What was
era.
that sound? Oh, that was the sound of Bunk dropping names. Oh, boo. Okay, yeah. Dropping names.
Listen, when you go to dinner with Ben Templesmith and Dan Didio and Ron Mars, it flows out of you.
Okay, so Gotham After Midnight.
I know that's a new release.
Okay, wait, not FedEx. No.
So it's
Gotham
Steve Niles,
After Midnight.
who is, of course, a writing partner with Ben on 30 Days of Night. And it's Kelly Jones.
Yeah,
When did this come out?
Okay, I have to. It says 2008.
2008, yeah. I mean, if it's Kelly Jones Batman, I mean, you kind of have to buy it, right?
I kind of don't.
What? Are you not a Kelly Jones Batman fan?
I am not a
ears
Kelly
are too big?
Jones fan. Yeah, I'm not a Kelly Jones fan at all.
Oh.
Yeah, shockingly so, I guess.
I mean, peace and love. Peace and love. Like what you like, buy what you buy.
Rising. So I'm sorry, I don't. Steve Niles is a fine writer, but I do struggle a bit with Kelly Jones. Peace and love, as Bunk says. Lots of people love his art. It's just, it's not for me. But God bless you. I, I get it if you want it. I think you should get it if you want it.
If you want it, get it if you want it.
Yeah, because focusing on the villain Midnight. The story is told in the style of the horror genre.
Well, Steve Niles, of course, it's a horror genre book.
Yeah, this might be something that I would read on the app. Maybe I can read it on the app and then recommend it to you, Rising Phoenix.
You could check it out on Hoopla.
That too. Black Belt Collector. I need to add Dark Knights to my list. Dark Knights of Steel? Yes, indeed you do. It is wonderful. Here's a Fifth of Jack Gaming.
Hey, Fifth of
Are you
Jack.
buddies with Fifth of Jack and his gaming habit?
So Fifth of Jack, if you are still here.
How far behind are we?
I mean, I'm
half an hour.
Yeah. If not, go back and check this out, and I will be watching the video. So I cracked my last pre-order pack. I bought an extra one for a buddy. First 5 packs, nothing but junk.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the greatest card game of all time, Magic the Gathering.
Is that what this Ixalan is?
Ixalan. Yep.
Ixalan.
So first 5 packs and even the set boosters that came with it, nothing but junk. Last pack.
This looks important.
So these are like the some of the most valuable cards in the set in one pack.
You got 2 of them?
2 of them. And these 2 cards alone monetarily like paid for the entire thing that I bought. They're very good cards, and it's the alt art version, which I think is sweet. This set is South American theme, so it's a lot of like Mayan, Aztec inspired art. And so it brings in things like capybaras. There's a capybara card, and it uses a lot of sort of the mythology, the sort of demons from there. Does a lot of very cool things with that. And so for the alt art versions, they do sort of like traditional Mesoamerican art styles. So
Mesoamerican.
Yes,
nice
sir.
Nice use of the language.
But yeah, if you are still here, Fifth of Jack, I was like going through this and I was like, well, this is a bust. And then I just like was like, oh, I'm happy now.
Ari asks, are those Mephisto, Lionel Richie Magic cards?
I assume that what Ari is making a joke about is the fact that Magic the Gathering in recent years has opened up from just its own mythology to what they call universes beyond. And so they have things like Lord of the Rings Magic cards now. And next year they have Fallout Magic cards coming out. And they did Street Fighter and they did Transformers. And so like the big joke is that now like any fandom can have a Magic card. And they're not wrong. Like,
man,
there's Assassin's Creed Magic cards coming out. 2 years from now, there's an entire set of Final Fantasy Magic cards. And some people have very strong opinions on that.
Are there any Harley Quinn Magic the Gathering cards?
So DC has like tried their own thing. They just announced that they're going to be doing some Marvel version of cards. So there have been DC does not have a deal with them, so there have been no DC stuff. But I will be sure to let you know if that happens.
Stuff like that.
There are Princess Bride ones that just came out though. Those are sweet.
Well, I love that movie.
Fifth of Jack just yep. There you go.
I don't know a thing about Magic, but I do want their Doctor Who cards and their Lord of the Ring cards.
Yep, there were
Jack.
4 Doctor Who decks that just came out, and they're super cool. Like even me, who knows like the bare minimum, I've only seen a few episodes of Doctor Who. I'm like, all right, these are pretty awesome.
I sometimes Lou from Omnibus sends me stuff, and I didn't know if this was a joke or not, but it was he is so ADD that in the middle of his own texts he will jump from different topics. I mean, in the Omnibus chat, we'll be like, so serious subject, and he'll go, holy smoke, have you guys had dandelion wine? And then we'll go back, serious subject. Wow, just broke my toe at a soccer game. So we're like, well, are you even looking at what we're saying here? But he sent me an Instagram thing about a card, apparently a turn-based action game called Divorced Dads.
What?
Yeah,
I'm so in on this as a concept. By the way, while you're looking this up, Fifth of Jack, I don't know if you could tell on the camera, but it was to alter Bloodletter of Aclazotz. So very excited about those.
A lot of people excited about cards. And Call Me Top Gun's here. I just watched a couple of his music vids. The guy's got a pretty kick-ass rock voice.
Well, and on top of that too, like I feel like he has come such a long way. Like if you go back and you listen to his first one that he did, Radiohead Creep, it was like, it's cool you're putting this out. And like by the time that he put out his most recent one, Where Did You Sleep Last Night, I was like, dang, I would go see him live.
Oh yeah, that's the first one I saw.
Which I think is so impressive. Like when you can see that progression and when you can see that going. So Comic Son, I'm proud of you. I hope you're taking good care of your high school graduation gifts I sent you.
Okay, wait. Why is this not? All right, we're back again with another pack of Divorced Dad. Okay, I didn't want his. This is him under a light showing his divorced dad's cards. Although and these are all DUI, Fireplace TV. He was looking for something else. I don't gas station gift. I burnt turkey.
Okay.
I play this, but I don't think I should without his permission.
If this is a real thing,
it is, yeah.
So the group that I play Magic with is all dads, and so like we use this as like kind of a way that we can like hang out, like have some time away from our wife and kids, and like a situation that isn't just at a bar watching sports. And I have to like find this and like bring it because I don't think any of them have ever heard of it. And I would just love the idea that like we all plan on just like going and playing. And I'm like, oh, by the way, I got you all something. Divorced Dads, we're playing this now.
Well, check it out on Amazon right now. Apparently, some of these are worth more than others. Just like in your Chichen Itzel version of whatever it was. What game was that again?
Oh, Magic the Gathering. You know, just
Magic the Gathering. Yeah,
biggest card game in the world.
Okay, so you say. Okay, but there
don't pretend like we're not all nerds here.
We definitely are. Oh, and
all right.
There's my short that I posted today that you are the only one to make a comment on. Oh, except nobody, it's a reel.
It's no one comments on shorts.
Sorry?
Nobody comments on shorts. Like,
okay.
Like you have a whole bunch of likes on it, but like people typically don't like comment on. I think you do. I think you got like a whole.
Right on.
I should probably specify like collectible. Yeah, because I just did Divorced Dad's cards, and it's all just like.
Sorry, you're a divorced dad. Here's $1 to go to the local bar.
If you love someone, set them free. Now they're someone else's problem. I'm sorry your ex-husband is a D-bag. Big congratulations on your divorce. No time for F-boys. You can't fix stupid, but you can divorce it.
Oh, Well, no, this is a real turn
Yeah,
based
yeah. No, I need to add
game.
collectible. There we go.
Unless he's messing with me. I don't audio
I
divorce cards.
I feel like this might be a joke.
Oh,
The,
really?
the, the only thing that comes up is "Punish Me, Daddy," the game designed to embarrass your friends and you.
No. Wow. Then he's very elaborate because he's got several videos on this divorced
I
dads.
I will say there are no stats on those cards. It's just a picture and like text, which does not seem like it is.
In his commentary, he does say what beats what.
Yeah, but if the cards don't say it, then that's not like.
Okay, so you think this is actually a joke?
I feel like this might be like a funny thing that he made, and if that is the case, I think it's hilarious. But like, just I mean, as far as how like cards work, like
Yeah.
even as a joke set, like there needs to like you need to be able to look at the card and
Midlife
know what it does.
crisis.
Um,
Okay. I really wanted it to be true.
I mean, it may be. Amazon doesn't have it, but that doesn't mean that it's not like you can't get it from like a specialty set. Oh, okay. Big Cartel Divorce Dad's Booster Pack. $20. Collect all Divorced Dad's cards in an attempt to impress your ex-wife. Each pack comes with 10 cards, and one card is guaranteed to have a rare. You're paying $2.
All of a sudden, you're not as enamored.
I already spend probably more money than I should on Magic cards, and I don't spend that much, and I'm definitely not paying $2 a card.
Looks like you can only buy divorced dads from Canada. I posted the link in Discord, says
Okay.
James.
Yeah, I think it's cool, but yeah, I'm passing on that one, I think.
Okay. Oh, big yuck to the ad I just got in a live stream. Yeah, you could just get an ad, or you could take food out of my mouth like Larry and get premium YouTube where he doesn't get any ads. Yeah, right. See, there's Bunk eating a donut to flaunt it in my face. That's what's happening. He has all the food. I have none because Larry has ad blocker. How dare you? I don't blame you a bit.
Well, no. If Larry's saying that he has premium, that means that I think, at least the way it used to work. So it's not an ad blocker. It's YouTube Premium, which means that I think, at least the way it used to work, is that you got, like, as part of your premium subscription, there was a built-in, like, budget every month that would, like, go towards different channels that you watched. Now, this was back when it was YouTube Red. I don't know if they still do it, but it was like...
No, I'm really kidding. I don't even keep up on any stuff.
No, but I like YouTube Premium. If it is still working the same way, it is only helping you and helping to keep food in your mouth.
Oh, okay. Now I'm interested. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the way that YouTube Red used to work, and I don't know if Premium did it, but it was like you would pay your monthly subscription amount, and then like of that they would like allocate, I want to say like either like $1 or $2 or some amount every month, where it was like this amount is going to support channels that you watch, and it like depending on how much you watch these different channels will depend on how much of this goes directly to those channels. And it wasn't a lot, but it was way more than a typical ad revenue would be. And so
Larry's doing me a solid then, getting YouTube Premium.
If that is still in there, yes, anyone who watches your channel that has YouTube Premium is helping you out and sending you that big Google money. So instead of getting like
That's right.
a check for 60 cents a month, you'll get a check for like 89 cents from them.
Oh dear, we're losing Lars. Lars, you're so picky. This talk about cards is making me sleepy, and it's 3:00 in the morning.
Is it the talk about cards, or is it the fact that it's 3 in the morning that is making you sleepy?
I skipped an ad, but sent a super sticker to make up for it. Thank you. Where is that?
I can see at 8:45, Mr. Tech sent a 90.
There it is. Super sticker.
I wish StreamYard would figure out how to display those, because like super stickers are a thing.
smiley face with $ eyes sticker. Thank you.
There we go.
There's Kevin from Mexico. Happy holidays. Thank you.
Happy holidays, Kevin. I wish I could say anything outside of Feliz Navidad.
Look at this nice compliment for you. Bunk, like all sloths, you are also near and dear to my heart. Mallory is a sloth lover.
You do a better heart than me. Is that how I should be doing it? There we go. My daughter sometimes does like a heart thing, heart hands to me, and she's better at it than me. And my hearts don't fly up. I also don't get Dazzler lights either.
Dazzler lights. White Lionel Richie. Let's see. I am just now envisioning my soon-to-be ordered New Mutants Volume 3 arriving in late January. Oh, Mallory's made her decision. Yes, yes, yes. I'd love those trades, and I would love to enable you.
She's only trying to help you get the omnibus that she knows you want. By the way, while you're grabbing that, Cycle and anyone else who's in the Cleveland area, Spud Nuts in Berea. Awesome donuts.
Where is Cycle? He must be working or something. Okay. While we're talking about it, I will pull this aside for you, Mal.
Beautiful book. Beautiful book.
It is a great book. And wait, I put my Spideys down here. Peter Parker, Spectacular Spider-Man. Quote. Okay. That has re-entered the Mal pile.
Did you watch the Chip Zdarsky video that he did when that omnibus came out?
I haven't. Does he address how people hate the spine or something in it? Because I saw the thumbnail and he was like, "What is this bug? What is he?" I know he's hilarious. What did he say?
It's only about 3 minutes or so, and it's him doing like the worst advertisement for it, and so it's him being like, he's saying things like, "I don't know the price of it. I can only assume it's $1,000, which for all of this content seems, quite frankly, like an absolute bargain. Like you're taking money out of my mouth." And here's the other thing: once you have this, that's everything I've written on Spidey. So you know what you can do? And he just like goes to his bookshelf and he takes all of his trades and he just throws them in a trash can. And he's like, "Don't need them. Get rid of them. You got this now."
That's great.
It's worth watching. James, link it. You already did, but link it again.
Oh, did he?
I'm sure he did. It's James.
That's hilarious. He throws the trades away in the video.
Yep.
I will take your rat queens, Jess. He. Rat queens.
Well, I assume because you are picking up the omnibus or you have the omnibus, the trades are redundant at this point, I think is what Elon's saying.
I have the 2 oversized hardcovers. Yeah, there was some something was going on with Rat Queens. Like, is there a 3rd oversized hardcover? Oh, here it is. James, you're
I told you. I told you.
Was that even a minute before you said that? I don't think so. I don't think even a minute had elapsed.
I'm pretty sure somewhere along the way, I like in like clicking through on different things, I enabled permission for James to just like link into my brain, and he just like knows what I'm going to say beforehand and just like puts the link out.
Mall 360 Omnidog is I'm assuming that's a goat, although it could be some kind.
I'm going to assume that's a reindeer.
No, Omnidog is the reindeer. Thank you.
I mean, either way, it is nothing but the highest compliment. But given the season, I'm just going to say it's there.
Rat Queens have an omnibus coming out that is a limited supply of 5,000. There's a super limited omnibus with extra content.
Is 5,000 really super limited? Like Rat Queens was not a super popular series. Like when Remember's where's my image trades? 7 to Eternity. When 7 to Eternity came out, that initial print run was 8,000, but that's also a Remender book, and like Remender has like a built-in audience. I don't like 5,000 is not a lot, but I feel like I don't think that's a super popular title.
What book just came out with only 5,000 and it sold out really quickly?
I mean, I don't know the print run, but I know Ultimate Spider-Man 3 was like the big one that like sold out immediately, and everyone was like, "What?"
I feel like that had a lot more copies. Something else just
It's a
got.
Marvel book, I'm sure.
Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Maybe in the past 2 or 3 weeks, there was a. I don't think it was a. I think it might have been an Image book. It was like
it Manifest
5,000.
Destiny?
Manifest Destiny? Did that already sell out?
Because I mean, that's I don't think so, but that's the only Image OHC that I can think of that came out recently.
Okay, while we're talking about it, he does in fact say it's an Omnidog, although I would have accepted Reindeer. Thank you.
Let's see.
I feel like there was some other book. No, it wasn't Immortal Hulk. It was the past couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, Immortal Hulk sold out like right away.
Yeah, but I feel like it was. I can't think of what it is.
All right, so Manifest Destiny is sold out on IST. Let's go to where you should be buying at Organic Price Books.
Oh, I wonder if it was Manifest Destiny. Because I kept all my trades. I just wasn't going to upgrade for some reason. I should have upgraded and sold my trades to Mallory. Sorry, Mallory. Don't take it personally. That might be the book.
I don't think Mallory takes anything personally. Okay, so it's still available on OPB, which is a good public service announcement. But it is back ordered right now. So it's back ordered on OPB. It is not showing available on IST.
What about Cheap Graphic? No,
I tried to.
It wasn't
I tried
Hellboy.
to never go there.
Oh, okay. You want me to go there?
Well, no. I mean, it's just I go to IST when it's being sponsored by Omnibus. I go to Organic Price Books when it's being sponsored by Omnidog. I don't know why anyone who would be sponsored by Cheap Graphic Novels and why I would go there.
No, it wasn't Den, because Den just came back up. Oh, Ilan, weren't you the one that told me that Den was? Is this a joke? Because Ilan sent me the link to Den that was in stock at IST.
So Cheap Graphic Novels also has Manifest Destiny as available by special order only. So
well, no, okay. But I always get my books when I do that way through them. It wasn't Manifest Destiny. It was something else, and it wasn't something you'd expect, like Ultimate Spidey 3. Larry saying, Jess, YouTube Premium does in fact pay a slightly higher percentage to creators than regular ad views.
There we
Thank you.
There we go.
Yes, this also sold out quickly, and I will not argue with you, Lionheart, because not only could you kick my video game ass, it sounds like you could kick my real life ass. Although I know it's peace and love with you because you like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. But it wasn't Spidey 2099. It's, again, peace and love within the past 2 or 3 weeks. I feel like it was an Image Deluxe.
Lionheart would also look good while doing it, rocking the dreads. So there's not much that Lionheart can't do. But again, because I am here and you are not here, and there's no way to prove it, I'm going to once again say, I got you in Samurai Showdown. I'm sure I don't. But you know what? You're not here to defend yourself. So you know what? My Nakararu takes down yours any day. Also, SNK versus Capcom 2, get at me.
Who is all that directed at?
Lionheart.
Lionheart. Okay. Yeah, Lionheart.
Yeah, because Lionheart's not on the stream. Lionheart can't defend themselves. They'll say it in the chat, but we can just skip that comment. So, if they're not here to defend themselves, doesn't matter.
Pretty brave behind your camera there, aren't you?
No, absolutely. Like here, me in my cave, like in my place of power, I can say anything I want because no one can.
Place of power.
Yeah, no one can change. No one can get at me. And I played the Super Nintendo version, so it's not like there's any online capability there. So unless you are in my playroom playing on my Super Nintendo, there's no way to find out who would win. So I assume I just do then. I'm gonna jump out real quick while I make myself another cup of tea, because otherwise this is gonna get real coffee. So hold it down for a second.
Bunk, you can't beat me in any fighting game. Oh, Bunk's leaving the. Marvel did the Fraction Hawkeye reprint dirty, releasing it a week before Christmas. Orders might not get delivered on time. Chris with an exclamation point and a skull head. I just looked at last month's releases and I didn't see what I thought I saw. I'd have to go scroll through a bunch of chats to where everybody was like, I can't believe it sold out. I will say that I, excuse me, just saw for this month, for some reason I kept the collected editions thumbnails for that we did for this month, and I saw Invincible, and it reminded me that JP from OPB said they are moving an astonishing amount of Invincible books. People are just going nuts getting these Invincible books. Sigil, Hawkeye, Hairball, Sigil, Fear Agent, Doc, Simon, no. Oh, there's Young Justice, right? I need to get that. I don't know. Maybe it was Ultimate Spider-Man 3. I did do my Madman Volume 5 overview. No, it was something really recently. It's Big Bad Toy Store, Larry. Seeing my profile picture enlarged like that makes me happy. That's literally already some of my Peter and MJ art. Oh, good. I referred people to BBTS for Spidey 29 Volume 1 when it initially sold out. Most of them did not know BBTS sold Omni's books. They are sort of last resort for me. What was I saying? Oh, I did the overview for Madman Volume 5, and the creator of it, yes, messaged me through YouTube, not direct message. We're not that good of friends yet. Let me tell you what he had to say for himself. No, not that one. No, not that one. Not that one. Was this one? Oh, and he sent me a face with an emoji with little hearts over it. He said, regarding the contents of Madman Volume 5, it starts out with dead air, and it's got two. Oh, what I really should do is just go. Well, you can go to my overview. I published it today, and it's got dead air. It's got two of his very first Dead Air was his very first. This is Mike Allred. His very first published comic, and then the comic after that is also Mike Allred. Okay, we'll just go get it. Okay, so did I just blink out there for a sec? Let me get Madman Volume 5, and I'll tell you what he had to say and how it relates to his work if you are interested, and you should be. Okay, so here's Madman Volume 5. And the first story is called Dead Air, and this is his first published comic. And so you can wait, I might as well just put myself up there because Bunk's not here. So you can see early Allred art taking form already. This is in my overview, by the way, but I'm giving you, firsthand showing off. Let's see. Now, what is this? And there's another comic before a Madman comic, The Everyman. Oh, The Everyman. There's The Everyman. This is his second published comic, I believe. And I'm telling you that so I can tell you, put in context what he had to say in his response. So he is paying attention, which I thank him for. Okay, let's see what he had to say. Dead Air was my very, very first published anything. Volume 6 contains all my graphic music stuff and an outro defining my career path. None of which I ever allowed to be reprinted, just letting it be. But in the context of this library for the completist, I think he's aiming that at me because I said I was a completist, and the opportunity to color it all for the first time, I relented. All of my creator-owned work connects, even if in the subtlest of threads, making this library the ultimate definitive collection of my creator-owned life's work. Peace and love. And one of those smileys that you make with a D and a wink. So I responded, and he responded back with hearts on a face. And then he also said, Ginchi. So you know it was him. So that's pretty cool. So thank you, Mike Allred, for talking to me through YouTube. Okay. I'm totally going to trip over that now. Let's see if we can get caught up. Okay, we're not talking about cards anymore. I don't have premium and rarely get ads. When I watched all of Jake and Bunk's live stream, I didn't have any ads, and that was 3 hours long. I skipped an ad. Right. That's right. Right. Sleepy. The worrying thing is he has murder gloves on while showing the cards. From Chris, hey Jess, hope you're well today. Any Omnis coming next year you're really looking forward to? Mine would be New Avengers reprint and JMS Spidey print. Okay, that's my mic hooking up. I will say the first one that is appealing to me, and probably not many others, is Superman Silver Age Volume 1. Ah, that's what you were really up to. You went for...
No, for sure. I got some more tea. But I'm not one to deny the people what they ask for. So you know what? If people aren't feeling the Christmas season, we can be bringing the heat.
Chris is asking what I'm looking forward to next, the Omnis next year, and I'm just going to stick with, for right now, Superman Silver Age Volume 1. That will appeal to virtually only me. I can't wait to read it, though, and I'm excited because they need to be pumping those out, those Silver Age ones, because they got a long way to go. So is there an Omnibus that you're looking forward to next year, or several, maybe?
Honestly, with how many Omnis they've been announcing, I am I don't know what's coming out next year. At this point, I just kind of like wait until I go, oh, that's coming out? Oh, that sounds great. I'll pick that up. But I legitimately could not tell you a single omnibus coming out next year. But I guarantee you I will be buying multiple omnibus. I don't know what's actually coming out.
Speaking of omnibus and the fact that we're not talking about comics in our main topic, but we can talk about comics around them. We're going to be talking about best of this year. Movies, TVs, and video games. Is there a form of media I'm missing? Prose novels, I guess. If Mary M and Jessica are still here, they could tell us about what prose novels they liked, or if the Comic Slayer were here, she also reads prose novels. There is a prose novel channel in my Discord that I never go to. I love prose. I just don't have a chance to read it. Do you read prose?
I do read prose, but I read prose very slowly. And so the most recent prose that I'm reading currently is from last year, I think. So I'm a big fan of the author Marlon James. He is utterly fantastic, and he has done a lot of different things, but his crime novel, Brief History of Seven Killings, was what really got me into him. It was a crime novel set in Jamaica during the 60s about and it was written as like an oral history with all these different characters and like kind of unreliable narrator and all of these sort of different accounts that all kind of like account for one central story. I'm a sucker for an oral history. Are you a Chuck Palahniuk fan at all?
Is he the Fight Club guy?
Yeah, he was the one that wrote Fight Club, but he wrote a bunch of other stuff too.
I'm not familiar with any of his work, honestly.
So my favorite one that he did was called Rant, and it was an oral history, and it is telling this sort of like mystery that is built out through the book, and it's done as an oral history, and the plot itself is like a little out there. It's Chuck Palahniuk, but I thought the way that it was unfolding was really well done. But Marlon James has been working currently on a fantasy series called the Dark Star Trilogy, and
the Dark Star Trilogy.
Dark Star, yeah,
Dark Star. Okay.
And what I think is really neat about it is, unlike most of the traditional fantasy that's being written right now, which comes from a European basis. So you look at Game of Thrones, and it's basically like, feudal Europe. Everything is kind of like, because it's mostly written for white audiences. It's a bunch of sort of like, medieval, Middle Ages Europe transposed into a fantasy setting.
Oh, okay. Is George R.R. Martin British? Or is
he's American. He's from New Jersey.
Okay.
Yeah, he is a big Giants and Jets fan, and he gets very, very disappointed every year with his
Giants and Jets.
Yep.
He's mostly football teams.
He's mostly Giants. He is primarily Giants, but he will throw in for the Jets behind them. But both of them are bad. So.
Hey, I don't think you're allowed to do that. That's totally not cricket, man. You can't root for two teams.
I would say that he can't, but I really want Winds of Winter to come out. And if rooting for two teams helps it happen, whatever, man, more power to you.
Okay. So these are different because
they are using a African folklore tradition. And so it uses not only just different African mythology, so like Anansi the spider, Ipundulu, different characters like that will show up through there, but also just sort of like structurally, it's African, and it is, I think it is one of the freshest fantasy stories I've ever read. The first one that came out, Black Leopard, Red Wolf, loved that book. This second one that came out that I'm working through right now, Moon Witch Spider King, is excellent. they're deep, they're heady, they're not fast reads. Like I read Game of Thrones a Game of Thrones / A Song of Ice and Fire much faster than I read these.
Oh wow!
So I'm still working my way through this one, and that came out last year, 2 years ago. But that's the most recent book. I'm also I'm a big John Updike fan. I'm reading back through the Rabbit series. Just finished Rabbit Redux a few months ago, giving myself some time to breathe before I go to Rabbit is Rich.
And since you're appearing tonight, and you won't be appearing before Christmas, because 2 weeks from now I already have Taylor's, the Minister of Comics, solemn vow that he's going to be on the show.
Oh, I'm. This is it for Bunk in 2023 on Omnidog's Vault.
Well, I was going to say, why don't we enlarge the categories that you can talk about and include comics if you want to give, like, along with your video games and your movies and TV, if you want to throw in comics, we can do that, because you won't get another chance.
Let's keep it thematic. Let's focus right now, because you're a comics channel. Let's build it up. This is not your show where you're talking about your favorite comics. That one's coming later. Let's let that one breathe, because I assume that's the one you're doing with Taylor.
I don't know what I'm doing with Taylor. He
All
just said, what did his message say? I think he just said that he was definitely going to be on in 2 weeks. Taylor Brown. Yeah, we're doing our best of. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So let's keep this one as alternate forms of media.
Okay.
People will be able to find out my top comics in other ways. Let's keep this thematic. Let's keep it on sort of the other forms of medium.
Where would you like to start? Are you a big games player?
I used to be, but man, having kids kills it. But I do have my games prepared on that one, so I think games is a perfect place to start.
Okay, because I have 0.
Okay. All right.
My daughter, it just never worked. We are so far behind on Horizon Zero Dawn Forbidden West that I fear she may have lost interest. I don't know. Oh my gosh. And I have Jake and I are going to play. Tell me if this is. Jake wants to Twitch stream.
Yep.
He and I playing Stardew Valley, and he's already sent me the game. I haven't downloaded it onto my Switch yet, but I'm like, dude, you realize? He's like, it's the hottest thing, live gaming, and I'm like, I think it's more about attractive young women playing online shooting games.
No, I would disagree with that.
Huh?
I'd be with Jake on that. Like,
our playing Stardew Valley would get us more than 5 viewers?
I think so, absolutely. Like, Stardew Valley is like. Now, I think if you did he did put you in a shooting game that you didn't know, and it was like you running around being like, wait, where do I look? Where do I do that? I think that would get an entirely different audience. But like blank and chill streams are like pretty popular. So just like you and Jake having a conversation while some peaceful music plays through, and you guys like build a farm like as a backdrop, because like that's really like the thing with like a lot of the gaming streams is either you are watching a top level player do things that you can't do yourself and you want to see it demonstrated, which is like an entire subset, or it's people that you like playing a video game as like a backdrop, an excuse to have things to talk about, but primarily you're there to hear a conversation, and the game exists to like bring up things to like guide that conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, when you put it like that, he will definitely have background music on. And he will be teaching me. Stardew Valley is that I got it last year, but we could talk about. Oh, well, you don't collect physical music, do you? like vinyl?
Not a ton. Most of my vinyl is a little bit older. I have some older stuff. Like I haven't been keeping current with new releases on that. But I've got a decent little vinyl collection.
I think the Stardew Valley box set is not only my vinyl of last year and this year, but it's all-time top 10 for me. I love that music. So I'm all on board to play the game with Jake. That music is so great.
Now, what about the Cowboy Bebop box set that's getting re-released? Where is that gonna show up on your list of vinyl sets?
This is the one that includes the something blues, the
real folk blues.
Sorry,
are you talking about the real folk blues? The
song
that
they haven't been able. They haven't been able to get that on vinyl because of copyright reasons.
Really?
And what's being released now that I've already ordered both the albums of does have real folk blues on it, and the end credits music.
Well, end credits is real folk blues. So okay. I may be wrong because I don't think there should be any issue on that, but
there totally is, dude.
Well, on real folk, because I could have the song wrong. Okay. It could be like another X blues that is the right song.
I'm looking for my 3 copies from different labels of Cowboy Bebop because I love it so much, except that I can't remember anything because that's the way I am. What am I talking about? Okay. Oh, there's New Gold Dream. Good. I thought maybe I didn't. Let's see. Where are you? I have. Oh man. Anyway, let me just say that there are songs that have not been released on vinyl for Cowboy Bebop because of copyright problems.
Totally.
And now they did get the rights, and now they're releasing everything with the proper copyright issues solved. And so now you can get everything throughout the anime on vinyl. And I've already got it pre-ordered. Nice. I'm doing this for some reason.
Is that not the way that you put your LPs on your record player? You just like put them like that, and then they just like flip on over, and they just
fingerprints all over them like Tyler Blunt does.
No, you don't do the claw. You just like put them there, and then it just like spin, and then it like yeah.
I want to point out Derek Tyler gets to pick up his hardcover haul on Thursday. Young Justice, which people can sell me on. I feel like I'm going to be getting it. New Mutants Omni Volume 3, Fear Agent 1 and 2, and Gotham After Midnight. I will ask the chat before Bunk talks about, we're talking about games, right?
We are talking about games.
While he's talking about games and we're listening to him intently, tell me what everybody thinks of Star Wars, The High Republic, if they think I might like that as an omnibus.
I have read none of that. So chat, we're trusted. You're our only hope. Help us, chat.
Very good. I picked up on that. Yeah, tell me what you think of Star Wars High Republic. Fifth of Jack thinks it has to be Ultimate Spidey Volume 3. They're getting a restock in April, I believe. Okay. That stream was baddie. That was we talked about Madman while you were gone, and his remarks to me after I did my overview.
I was so happy when I saw that announcement going on, and I was like so happy to like put that on the Discord and just like, yeah, this is what he was talking about.
Oh, and James, of course, here's my overview. Thank you, my friend. Mic turned off. Mic back on. Thank you. There's Batman Space Age coming out. Right. Mm-hmm. He announced that sort of on the live collected edition stream. He just said,
which I listened to live walking to my car from leaving GalaxyCon.
That's right.
I just happened to be on there at the exact right time.
He just dropped a hint that what he was working on was baddie. So I'm claiming that as a win. JMS Spider-Man issue 50 made me cry. Just read it through on Unlimited. He really wrote the hell out of the Peter and Mary Jane relationship.
Which, speaking of that, I think Chris's profile picture is from the newly announced Hickman Ultimate Spider-Man that he's doing, where it's Peter B. Parker and Mary Jane, and it's like them raising their kids. And I love the idea of a series where Marvel finally lets Peter grow up and like have a family and just like dad Peter Parker. I'm so excited for that series. I think that's
100%. I agree. Bitterroot? No, I don't think it was Bitterroot.
Bitterroot, I'm pretty sure had a restock because that did sell out, and I think now you can get that pretty much anywhere. And also, that was the initial release on that was months ago.
So does it go beyond Madman? I read his comments, and it's did I finish that? All my creator-owned work connects within the context of this library. Yeah, all of his graphic music stuff, none of which I have ever allowed to be reprinted. So it's going to be, in my understanding from what he just said, it's going to be everything he's ever done wrapped up with volume 6 of Madman.
By the way, real quick, I'm trying to scroll through the live chat to get to where we're at so I can see these as we're going. And as I'm scrolling through, I'm finally at the part where I walked away. I'm going to ignore Lionheart saying that that he can take me, and just because again, you're not here, you can't talk to me. And I will just say that Matthew Mangy,
this one,
my How Maru will eat you for breakfast. Let's go. Samurai Showdown is not a super well-known franchise, and just like Matthew Mangy, just like throwing that down, fellow Vermonter Matthew Mangy, just How Maru right there. He's the samurai with the katana. He makes like cyclones. Like, it just makes me so happy that we have a community where like just silly conversations like this, people can just like pick up and like be part of, and just like that's one of the things I love about things. Like, I have great friends in real life. I have great friends at the office, anything like that. But like, if I'm saying like, oh, Samurai Showdown, bet I can beat you, people will be like, yeah, probably. I don't know what that is. But like, just going in there and like people picking up and then like, but oh, my, this and that. And like, it's just like, that's cool. Like that's
is this the character in Samurai Showdown?
Okay. Yeah, so I was calling out Lionheart, and again, Lionheart didn't call me out back, so nothing. Nope, that's not there. And I was saying Nakaroro, nope. My Nakaroro, who's a character from that, and then Matthew Mangy's like, oh, my Hamaru can take you. And it's just like, yes, heck yeah, man, heck yeah. This is a cool community.
This is a cool community. I actually bought the Red Rocket 7 miniseries. I was just looking at that. How's the Stack of Shame reading going? It's going well. I think I am halfway through it, Elon. Thank you for asking.
That's fantastic. And you you added Exterminators to it, and then you're still through that.
I think so. Now I do have some big. I have some pretty chonky books still, like Department of Truth and Regression, and Night Eaters isn't that thick, but I still have some big chonky books to get through. But I think I can. I'm hoping to be done by the end of the year. What's today's date? The 16th? Okay, no way will I be done by the end of the year. No.
Department of Truth it's a reader. But I mean it's good.
I have let's see.
I will just say, like, as fast as you probably read Nice House on the Lake, which is another Tynan book, like double or triple the reading time when you do Department of Truth. Like it's a talkie book. Like, and I say this, I love that. I got my my Zoe cover of issue 7, signed from her when I saw her. Like, I adore that book, but it's it's not a binge read. It's a sit and digest read.
Okay. I have. Okay, so the stack of
that's
shame
not bad at all.
double
That is
this size.
not bad at all.
Yeah, this is what I have left.
Yeah, Batgirls is going to be a super fast read. Yeah, you love Pearl. You're going to get through that real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Department of Truth is going to be a reader. Cullen Bunn's his books, they read fast. I have not read Regression, but I have no doubt that like you'll be able to get through that pretty quick. But yeah, I think everything on there outside of Department of Truth, you should be able to get through pretty quickly.
Okay. Good. Well, I'm looking forward to all of them, which was the nice part about that whole thing. Talking about tonight's subject, Jess, how far are you in Ted Lasso? Did you watch the Christmas special? I have seen a Christmas special. I've finished 2 seasons. So I have now seen enough of it that I can go back to the Harley and Ivy Valentine's Day special and understand the reference who was in the Gotham Coliseum that was I think what's his name? Not John Kent.
John Hamm?
Roy Kent.
Okay. Yeah. John Hamm's not on that show. I don't know why I said John Hamm.
And Hayden is celebrating your arms. Oh, is it getting hot or is it me?
These old things? Oh, okay.
I gotta lie down now. God damn, those forearms. Oh my goodness, Mallory's.
Oh, these little things?
Mallory, Bunk, have mercy.
I'm sorry, Chad. I'll go put the sweater back on.
Jess, would I like the Phantom Stranger Omnibus? I can't rewatch your overview and watch this live stream at the same time without my atoms being scattered across multiple realities.
Bowie brings up a good point.
It's got a lot of good Bronze Age in it, which is very good. It has some Silver Age in it, which for the Silver Age is actually very good. And it starts off, I feel like it starts off in the Golden Age even with an issue. And it's really readable. So I would say you probably will enjoy it. If you enjoyed Dead Man and the Spectre, it's in the same genre of kind of earlier DC that's spooky and a little bit horror, but Phantom Stranger, of course, I needed Next Imaginauts wording on Phantom Stranger, and I wrote it down and gave him credit in the overview because he said it so much better than I could. I think of the 3, Phantom Stranger's the most readable. So keep your atoms together, and I think you would like Phantom Stranger.
So, as a noted Phantom Stranger fan, what is your favorite interpretation of the Phantom Stranger? Like either run, era, writer, any of that?
I'll start with the most recent one that was a disappointment to a lot of people, and that was the Trinity of Sin one with Jeff Johns in Justice League. It was, and throughout other
it was him, Pandora, and Eclipso. Who was the other one on that?
I don't even remember. Let's see. It's in.
I know the question was somehow built in there, where it was like, like the question lost his face, like sin, and like as someone whose absolute favorite character is the question, my favorite comic run of all time is the Denny O'Neil, Dennis Cowan question. It just made me sad. Yeah, like not even angry. It was just like, oh, like you guys, like you can do better than this.
Dead Man's in it. Constantine's in it. Pandora. My point is actually that I thought that was an interesting and really interesting interpretation of Phantom Stranger.
I love the idea behind New 52 Phantom Stranger that like he is Judas Iscariot and that like his time on Earth is like him trying to atone for the great betrayal. I think that's a fascinating idea behind it. Like we talked about, like, there was one of these streams, like, people were talking about what's your favorite origin, and I think by and large most people said favorite origin for the Phantom Stranger is the Judas Iscariot. It's just like everything that, like, that wasn't just that idea with Phantom Stranger was like, this is not great.
Right. But I think it makes up for it because it's got the cool origin for Phantom Stranger. I will agree it wasn't I wish it could have been better, but the Phantom Stranger interpretation was really good. I thought Neil Gaiman in Books of Magic did a really good Phantom Stranger.
That 4-issue miniseries is like one of my absolute favorite pieces of comics. And I mean, shocker, like, Neil Gaiman writes good comics, but just like when he's going through and he starts with Constantine and that's Phantom Stranger, it's Mr. E, and each one has a different artist with like a vastly different art style. Like, that trade that I had, I bought that like when I was back in high school. That may be one of the most read books in my collection, just because, like, that was before, like, trades were by and large like, like a special item. It was like if it got a release in a trade, like, that was a big deal for it.
Right.
And like I just remember like getting that, and I didn't have a huge trade collection because there weren't a lot of trades, and I read the heck out of that, man. And like, I adore that miniseries.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And then I would say I loved the Jim Aparo illustrated Phantom Stranger that was back in the 70s. I loved that he had a girlfriend, Cassandra. She was blind, but Jim Aparo's art was so great. He was just peak Jim Aparo then. I just feel like his art was so great. And the story was good too. So those would probably be my 3 Phantom Stranger stories series that I like the most.
Is Jim Aparo your Batman artist? We know it's not Kelly Jones.
It would be that is a good question. I would say unretouched
Neil Adams.
Yeah. And is right at the top. Then just below him would be the handful of issues that Carmine Infantino did.
I did not realize he worked on Batman.
Yeah, he has a Batman book, Tales of the Batman, by Carmine Infantino, which I can go get when we go into the other room for me to show you my. Actually, I can just go right now. Let me unplug.
Oh, you're on mute when you unplug.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. There we go.
Let me just go get it. Yeah, I would say, and then Jim Aparo, he's a great Batman artist. There's Lane Wayne, Tim Sale, Jim Aparo. Where's Carmine? Oh, here he is. Yeah. So actually,
is that a standard size hardcover, but like kind of thick one?
Yeah. Whoops. Let me set it here. Let me highlight myself. So yeah, these are all standard sized. He did a ton of covers. He was their cover artist for Batman and Detective back in the 60s, which really suckered a lot of people into buying the books because it wasn't his interior art. And because he did so many boss covers. And I mean, these covers were iconic. But then you get inside the book and it's like, wait, this isn't Carmine Infantino's art. But see, it's a lot of his cover art.
So he also, of that book, like, how much of that is his interiors?
I have a poster of this one from Mondo. That's a good question.
Because if it's just like all the issues that he did cover art and not interiors, it sounds like we buying the hardcover would be doing the same thing and suckering ourselves into buying that.
No, there's actually a lot of his interior art. I was just showing you the covers. See, because his art style is so kinetic, especially if it gets, well, the dream team is when he's hooked up with Murphy Anderson, but he rarely gets that. It's usually Joe Gala, who's, fine. I think Joe Gala might still be drawing.
All right.
So
it looks like that one is anywhere from about $50 to about 75. So I would say it's rarer.
That's highly buyable and should be bought. If you don't like the stories, which I get it, it's the Batman 66 era. They're nutty stories, and the Joker's just Denny O'Neil is the one that turned him into a murderous thug. But here he's just like the Riddler. He's just a bank robber and likes to pull pranks on Batman. Oh, this was a good one, the Blockbuster.
Oh, before you go there, let's see that cover right there, that detective cover with the purple background. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the Blockbuster one. Think how hard this purple one is to find in good shape because of that purple cover. If you found that like in 9.0 or above, I bet that'd be so gorgeous.
Is this your way of saying that you have a 9.0 or above CTC copy in your safe deposit box and you're trying to drive the price up?
Yeah, I am single-handedly trying to do that. Yeah. But it's a lot of Batman and Robin stuff. And that's the stuff I grew up on. So that, of course, that's the stuff that I am drawn towards. Like people are drawn towards Justice League International being their JLI, Guy Gardner or Kyle Rayner being their Green Lantern, Wally West being their Flash. I get that.
If you're ever in a content drought and you don't have a stack of books that JP has sent you, I'd love to see you do an overview on that. And because
that book,
yeah, you look at I think a lot of people look to you to cover books that aren't necessarily like the late breaking things, but I mean, you look at you've renamed it since then, but the Neil Adams, Why I Hate Neil Adams Batman Omnibus with a Fiery Passion, that's if most channels are putting out a Neil Adams Batman book, review, that's getting to the bottom of the algorithm. People aren't looking for that. But when you put that out, because that's coming from a place of authenticity and a place of knowledge, I think people are really looking for that kind of thing. So I think people would be into a look at that Tales of the Batman Carmine Infantino video from you.
Well, knowing that it's not super pricey, that's that's good to know, because then I would hate to do a video like that and it's out of print for $200 or something.
Yeah. It's out of print and it's going cover plus, but it's not multiple times cover.
Yeah, that's fair. I think even when I bought it, I don't think it was. I mean, it wasn't 50% off. But so, yeah, I would do that. I want to do Green Lantern Silver Age Omnis and the Flash Silver Age Omnis too, because I don't know how much of that is out there. According to Taylor Talks Comics, he really wants me to do those because he says there's not a lot out there. So I love those
yeah,
books.
And I think people would be into that because again, look at that Department of Truth that you have at the bottom there. By the time you read that, there's going to be 500 people, maybe 500 plus, reviewing, doing overviews of that particular book. But how many people are talking about Tales of the Batman and are talking about it from a place that they know what they're talking about with that Carmine Infantino? So yeah, I think people would be into that.
That's good to know. Thank you. That's good feedback. I need that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so games. Well,
Games. Okay.
How many did you play? Play more than one.
Sadly, few. Again, I am the parent to 2 young children, which means I get a very condensed playing time for games that aren't Paw Patrol in a roll that I can play with my kids.
Milo and Johnny Rotten. Yep.
Exactly.
Great names for kids.
But I'm gonna break this down in 3 different ones. So I'm gonna start with what I think is probably like the sort of like empirical category. The game that came out in 2023 that I enjoyed most was this very, very indie niche title called Sisterhood of the Cosmic Wheel. So this came out from Devolver Digital, and it's basically a visual novel where you make dialogue choices, and you basically it's a choose your own adventure in a lot of ways. But the idea is that you play a witch who has been excised from her coven and has spent 500 years in solitude, basically floating in space away from her powers in like this contained little house. And after all of this time, she finally gets to the point that she says, like, I can't take it anymore. And she makes a pact with a demonic entity to get her tarot reading ability back, which was like her part of the coven. And through that, she is going to like try and reintegrate back into her coven and try and reclaim her pace. And the way that you do that is that it's a game that's just built on choices. So as you go through the game, you like different people will come visit you. You'll have different conversations with them. Depending on what you say from them, you'll acquire different like elements that you can use to craft into different tarot cards. And the tarot cards, because like everything is built around the fact that like these people who come visit you, you know, some of them are old friends that you had from your coven. Some of them are people who are seeking you out for your guidance. They come to you for a tarot reading. And depending on what card you flip for that, and you make the cards yourself, and depending on which one you do, is going to depend on your dialogue choices. And your dialogue choices are going to inform basically the rest of the game.
Okay, I like those kind of games.
And so it's, you know, it's very much like what we would have referred to as a bottle episode on TV. So the whole thing takes place. Bottle episode.
Bottle episode.
Yeah. So the idea that bottle episode is like referring to. Sorry, real quick.
I mean, I might know what you're talking about. That sounds familiar.
Oh. Bottle episode is like a TV episode where the whole episode takes place in like one contained set. And so instead of like, think of like the West Wing, where it's like classic walk and talk, you're moving around, you're going to different places. You know, there's this soundstage that you're going to, there's this. Bottle episode is, did you ever watch Community?
No, but I have the DVD set of it all.
All right. Fantastic show.
I heard that. That's why I got it.
There's an episode where, and this is kind of like, they even reference the fact that this is a bottle episode where they're trying to, one of the characters, Annie, says that somebody stole her pen. And so they're not going to leave the study room until they figure out who stole her pen. And so the whole thing is shot within the study room. None of the characters ever leave. None of the characters ever go anywhere else. And so like the whole thing is just within this room, everybody talking, one scene, that kind of thing. So this game is set entirely within like this witch's floating house where people come to see her. So the set doesn't change. It's just like the people that come interact with her. But by talking to these people, you find out that you're changing things back on Earth. And it's like, it is the best choose your own adventure novel I've ever read.
And what platform was this on?
I played it on Switch, but it came out on like everything. But yeah, what's it called
again?
Sisterhood of the Cosmic Wheel.
Sisterhood, because that sounds like a game Geo would play. He likes very small, interesting, oddball things that nobody else knows about, and he has like 50 of them, 50 different. I mean, the stuff he shows us, I'm like, how did you even know this existed? It's I Sisterhood of the Traveling what now?
Sisterhood of the Cosmic Wheel.
Sisterhood of the Cosmic Wheel.
One of the things that I love about it, especially as, you know, someone who self-admittedly does not have a lot of time and like does not have like a lot of energy to put towards video games these days, is the fact that this is a game that, again, like you set the pace for. So you are like, the entire game is basically having conversations and making new tarot cards. So from the conversations you have, depending on like choices, you'll get different elements that you can put into cards. And like you can basically spend as much or as little time as you want with it. So like the thing that takes up time is when you make new cards. So you get a background, you get like a central character, and you get the surrounding elements. And then
Sisterhood of the Cosmic what?
Wheel.
Cosmic Wheel.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to ask him if he knows about it.
And so from that, you create your cards and then you flip it over. And so like during a conversation, you'll get to see like the card that you did, and that informs the choices that you're given, and you kind of direct the conversation. And it was so delightful. And granted, it's a little cheating because it was basically like, it's a book. It's a book that you play and you minimally play.
Really? A book that you play?
It's a visual novel, which is like its own genre, where again, it's basically like a book that you are like informing some like different choices therefore. But I adored this game. I
think somebody must have just put something. I bet James just put something up in the chat, the Discord.
Let's take a look.
Let's see. Did somebody put something in? A Bigger Lobster. There's Divorced Dads that just got put in. Hayden put something up. James Hunka Bunka. Oh, it's mostly going people fainting over you and your guns, your magnificent arms.
I see there's a notification in video games.
Yeah.
By the way,
Wheel Sisterhood.
Cosmic Wheel. I'm sorry. I'm very bad at names. Instead of the Sisterhood of the Cosmic Wheel, the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood.
Okay, good. Well, he posted something right here. Thank you, James. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, this is. If you are watching this stream, I will just say, if you are an Omnidog fan, there is a very, very high likelihood you will like this game. Join the Omnidog Discord. You will like this. Yeah, you will for sure like this.
Okay. Let's see. A Fifth Jack Gaming. Have to say my picks are Once and Future for books, Spider-Man 2 for video games. I'm still on the original Spider-Man 1. Haven't got Baldur's Gate 3 yet. I think Larry was just raving about that earlier. Movies wise, nothing striking me. Okay. I haven't watched any significant TV outside my local news at work. Oh my goodness. Even I watched some TV this year. As a Jets fan myself, I feel that pain. I'm from New York City. It's okay to root for both New York teams. No, it's not. Mary my favorite prose read of the year is Remarkably Bright Creatures by Shelby Van Pelt. There's Lethal Lucha.
But I gotta say, Lethal Lucha, I know nothing about you, but if you are repping the Lucha, I am right there with you. Mary, did you read what the heck was it called? I'm gonna have to look this up because I'm very bad.
Actually, I say Marvel Snap? Been playing that more and more. I heard that a good game was the one where you could play as Magic Suns.
Midnight Suns.
Midnight Suns, yeah. That was one that Max played and really liked it.
So the one that Fifth of Jack is talking about, it's a mobile card game. So it's like
Okay.
so all the different cards that you play are different Marvel heroes, and it's set up so that like the games are all like 5 minutes or less. It goes really, really fast. It's 3 rounds.
It's a turn-based game.
It's a turn-based game, but it's entirely digital. So it's all on your phone. They have a bunch of different effects. But Mary, have you read A Touch of Jen? I want to say I read that last year or 2 years ago, and it wasn't the best book I ever read, but it was a book that I felt like I needed to talk about with other people, and like no one in my life read it, and it made me very sad. So please tell me you've read it, and please tell me your thoughts.
Okay. Kane just woke up.
Hey now. What's up, Kane?
She has thoughts. Well, for what it's worth, I'm very much looking forward. Johnny's my buddy in Silver Age. Volume 2, Fourth World Omni. Song Real Folk Blues is the ending credits to the anime. There's the Japanese version in English. One of those could be copyrighted. I own all but one CD for Cowboy Bebop, Yoko Kanno, and the Seatbelts created something magical.
100%.
Yes, and I have like the next time Bunk talks about something and doesn't need me to interject, I'm going to go find all my Cowboy Bebop that should be like right here. And I thought I knew right where it was, and I didn't.
Back when I actually had a CD player, I used to have the 4 CD set of Cowboy Bebop soundtrack, and the first 3 CDs were every song from the show and the movie. And the best part was the 4th CD was a live concert that the Seatbelts played, and it was like,
wow!
And so the whole album was it starts with Tank, like because of course it does,
the greatest
and then
song ever.
And it goes through a whole bunch of different ones, and of course they end with the Real Folk Blues. They play like Hey DNA and like a bunch of different ones. You get the crowd sounds in there, and like that's my favorite part is just like hearing the beginning when when they're playing Tank. It just like when they boom 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 boom, it just everyone's like, ah! They're just like going crazy,
dancing in the aisles.
So
you may enjoy High Republic. It's a fun read. You don't need to really know the novel stuff to understand it, but that does help. Okay, thank you, Hayden. Chris asks, have you read Allward's Bowie? James, you probably already have my review of this book up, but yes, Chris, I reviewed it a couple of years ago. I love graphic novel bios. Just read Velvet Underground story by Karen Subday, but Bowie felt too Wikipedia to me. Art, though, fantastic. Well, I have a different take. If you want to see my review, that James will, of course.
Of course, it's already there. It's already there.
I'm sure it must be.
It's Schrodinger's comment. It is both there and not there until we get there.
There's Hondo. My character was Kazuki Kazama. Samurai Showdown is classic. I have it for old school Sega Saturn.
I'm trying to remember who Kazuki was.
Heart of Truth was a quick read for me. It's such a page turner. So good. Good to hear from you, Patrick.
Patrick, peace and love. It was very, very good. I would not say it was a quick read. Like it was a page turner, but it was a book that you needed to digest. Like that was not one that I was like flip, 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 flip. It was, and it is totally cool to read things in different ways. I absorbed it, I think, differently than you did.
Ted Lasso, The Missing Christmas Mustache, takes place after season 2. I also posted in the Discord to be safe. Thank you. I have not seen that. Why is that a stack of shame? Is that your short-term backlog? We have the entire stack of shame, which is everything I bought since we moved into this place in January. And Bar, I'm surprised you missed this, Marcelo. Bar helped me pick out like 10 books from it because it's to look at the stack of shame. I just get overwhelmed and I just don't go to it. And so I had her help me and the chat just go to it, pull out 10 books that sounded good and just take a bite-sized chunk of it and read it. So yeah, it's my short-term backlog. Yeah. That was just what I showed was half of what I've read. I'm about halfway through it. Flexing now, referring back to your flex. Oh, holy smoke! Hayden throwing themselves at you.
Hayden, I appreciate the heck out of you. You already know that, but I just want to reaffirm that.
Everyone loves Hayden. My goal is to read Death and Return of Super Omnibus before the year is over.
I've never read Death and Return of Superman.
The last time I read it was 1994 in singles when it came out. What? Holy smoke! What the heck is going on here?
No
It's been a long time
Honda.
since I caught one of Jess's shows. Mariam, how's my homie Alexander doing? LOL. Why is everybody flirting with Bunk? Nice text. Hope you enjoy the soup, Somni. Thanks. You are welcome. All right, gang. I have to roll out and do some filming before bed. Have a great night, gang. Jess and Bunk the Hunk.
Everybody, go check out a Fifth of Jack's channel if you are even slightly interested in Magic Gathering content. Fifth of Jack will oftentimes do shorts where they go through, well, he goes through different cards, different commanders, kind of just as a quick breakdown. Hey, here's this card. Here's some cool cards to put around it. Quick form, cool stuff. Check it out.
Nice. Larry says Baldur's Gate 3 is a great RPG, but it takes some getting used to as it is mainly, top-down view and click to move character. I just started it, but I'm loving it so far. It's turn-based D&D. Loving it so far is the important point.
One of, if not my favorite, it's technically not my favorite game of all time, but it's probably my second favorite game of all time, is Baldur's Gate 2. I adore all of the old BioWare, Black Isle, D&D RPGs that they did on the PC back in the day. It makes me so angry that I do not have a console powerful enough to play Baldur's Gate 3 right now. It's like, this is one of those like reverse gatekeeping things where it's like, everyone's like, oh, have you played this? It's like, you don't deserve to play that. I should be playing that. And everyone's like,
so you're the reverse gatekeeper in this scenario?
It's like other people are like gatekeeping me by trying to invite me in, and I'm
being nice to you.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get in. Like, you don't deserve to play that, and just like it. I'm so happy that this series finally has like a huge amount of people looking to it and enjoying it, and I would love for people to go back and play those earlier games because they are classics. They're top-down isometric RPGs, which is a tough sell now, especially for like the crowd that is playing this. But it like makes me so happy that these games are popular. It just makes me so sad that I don't have this. I'm going to jump off again real quick because I do need to make myself some more tea to keep this going.
And you're going to come back bare-chested next time, right?
I mean, if it's going to be one of those streams, we can make this happen.
Oh my God. Marcella says, this is Phantom Stranger, aren't all of his origins supposed to exist at the same time? Now, yeah, Johnny, Marcello, if so, cool. When I was a kid, one of the artists I used to copy and try to draw like was a Perro, especially a Spectre back then. I don't think I picked up on that, Marcella. Do you remember where you read that? Or is that just sort of general knowledge in your head? Because that is really, really cool. Carmine Infantino was to see. Hang on, I have to answer my wife's question. No, thank you. I finished the pasta! Exclamation point. Love you! Exclamation point. Got to put that exclamation point. Whoop! It says that. Got to put that. Coming in to DC with John Romita Sr. was to Marvel there for a while. Basically, their art director, right? And then Johnny says, yes, Larry, he became DC's art director for a while. I found out recently that Infantino is the one responsible for pulling the plug on Kirby's Fourth World run. And I believe, God bless, up in heaven, peace and love, Carmine Infantino. But I think he's the one that enforced the Superman has to look the exact same through every comic and had Kirby's faces of Superman erased and had Vince Coletta put Superman's face in there. Wow, what an insult to Jack Kirby. That is just unforgivable. Sakis. I like Carmine Infantino's run on Spider-Woman. I picked up a book this year, 2 books. There was Supergirl drawn by Carmine Infantino. This was in the 80s. I didn't even know he drew after he became art director, then became like publisher, editor-in-chief, whatever he was. Yeah, I've seen that and it's good. Interesting. Omnidog's Vault Root Beer Reviews. Why I dislike Neil Adams' Omni with a fiery passion. Thank you. I also discovered a while back that Infantino didn't like doing costume superheroes, but it helped pay the rent, put food in his family's mouth. Johnny, same things John Buscema said. Do a poll vote to give the views a choice on an overview. Yes, Larry, I found out about Big John a few months ago. He apparently liked doing Conan, though. Good suggestion, Bunk. I have almost the Legends of the Dark Knight and Tales of the Batman books. Sounds like the plot for Agatha, Coven of Chaos, follow-up from WandaVision. Oh, yeah. My favorite Tales of and Legend of the Dark Knight standard hardcovers are Matt Wagner, Tales by Goodwin, Tales by Englehart, Tales by Lane Wayne, Tales by Jerry Conway, 1 and 2, Brayfogle, and J.H. Williams. I'm pretty sure I have all those. Maybe I should do an overview of all of those. Bottle episode, Fly episode of Breaking Bad. 95% of the episode is shot in one room. Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, thank you. Actually, I meant Jerry Conway 2 and 3. Okay. Hello to Axel. Welcome. We'll wait for when he comes back to ask him that. Because I played it safe. Omnidog's Vault Discord. There you go. Here's good day up there. Good evening from Canada. I hope you're all doing well there. Speaking for myself right now, I'm doing okay. Thank you, T. Hodgins. I just got Castlevania Advanced Collection from Limited Run Games this week. The DLC game came out in 2021, Quantum Games, but the physical release just came out. Does this count? I think any game you played this year, even if it came out in 2011, counts. I mean, I don't have any time left in this year for me to play a video game. I don't think I'm going to be able to get together with Jake to do the Twitch on the Switch. Maybe. I enjoyed the 5 hours my daughter and I played Horizon Zero Dawn Forbidden West. Sorry, Bunk, I haven't read that one. Okay. I will tell him that. Here it is. Omnidog's Vault Overview and Review, Bowie, Stardust, Ray Guns, and Moon Age Daydreams. I actually dug it. I will give Bowie another try. We tend to have the same tastes. I really dug it. Yeah. What? Oh my God. What was that in reference to? Pity Ma, hi. Good to see you. 10:13. That was just like 8 minutes ago. What happened at 10:13 that you said, what? Oh my God. Department is a normal read, in my humble opinion, but I agree with Bunk in that it must be absorbed more than read. For games I played this year, I played Pokemon Violet, but mostly the Spider-Man games from Insomniac Games. And Insomniac Cookies, right, Kane? Here's a fifth of Jack. Gaming. Right now, Baldur's Gate 3 is PC only. Are you enjoying it, Larry? Yes. New Supergirl move, blonde girl again, and working on new Green Arrow series, new actor. Okay. Larry, so it's deserving the Game of the Year award. I take it. LOL, I was rooting for the Spider-Man 2 game. The Old Avengers animated series, 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. Our Canadian friend, Omnidog, Amazon Canada, still has copies of Den Book 1 by Corbin available, and Part 2 comes out this week. Right. I think that Den Volume 1, which I ordered, and I wonder if it's still here at the other 3 named place, Den. But I think Den Volume 1 is still available at a place that has their trades in stock. It doesn't look like Volume 2's come out yet. Let's see if the...
Let's be honest, that place does not have their trades in stock. They may say they do, but anytime you order from them, if it's not that week's releases, those are maybe in stock.
Okay, let's go to Organic Price Books, which has it in stock. Add to cart. Den Volume 1.
Well, if you're on Organic Price Books and you wanted to save some money, how do you think people could go about doing that, Jess?
Well, my advice to them would be to go to Organic Price Books and use the code Omnidog to save $2 off your order.
$2?
Yeah, and even bigger savings, 5% off shipping 4 more books together with code Omnidog6.
Well,
which is what my wife says to me.
This is fantastic, but this has got to be a one-time use only thing, because there is no way that the good folks at OPB, JP, David, and co. would allow people such recurring savings, because they would be honestly losing money that way. So this has to be a single use code, correct?
Right. Well, Bunk, you make a good point, but unfortunately it's incorrect, because
what?
I know. Is that a different tank top? You changed tank tops?
I did. I'm not. I wasn't going to come down.
Flirting with the audience tonight.
I was not going to come down topless. As you requested. Are you even a married man? You are flirting with the audience tonight. Wow! I'm just trying to give the people what they want. I mean, I can't.
I mean, because there's some back and forth going on. Yeah. No, you can use that code as often as you want, Bunk. 5%, 5 times a day if you want. You bet.
5 times a day would. If someone wanted to do that, hats off to them. I'm not wearing a hat, but I would wear one, and I would take it then off to those people doing that.
Yeah. Santa hat off to them. Here's a bunch of approved music. I forgot about that. I'm rambling now and whatever. Oh, what's going on, Max? What time is it there? Like 4 a.m.?
The reason that everybody is up is because they are so excited to hear the new Max Appleman track. And while they're waiting, they probably went back and listened to the sweet, sweet Max Appleman cover of While My Guitar Gently Weeps, which will be linked shortly. But I assume that's why everybody is up, is they're just waiting for the next track to come through.
Yeah, and he's been sending me clips of his playing all the Vince Guaraldi music from Charlie Brown Christmas. It's pretty cool to hear it on guitar.
Christmas time. I was sorry. I tried to do that.
I'm gonna have to edit that out. Sorry.
Voice failed like halfway through, and I sang like three syllables. So not trying that again.
Pity Ma said, "What? Oh my God!" To the fact that you never got to read Death and the Return of Superman.
It's not that I never got to. It's just that I haven't gotten to it. I have the entirety of Death and Return through Fat Trades, and we all have our stacks of shame. That's in my stack of shame. I've read Department of Truth. That's in your stack of shame. That's something.
Let's see. Wait, where are we here? William Lee. Okay, so Baldur's Gate. Marble's YouTube channel just dropped a new Echo trailer. Do a live reaction. It looks great. Kingpin narrating. Insomniac cookies are delicious cookies. Someday I hope to find out. Unfortunately, I am outside their delivery zone. BG3 is also out on PS5. My nephew's namesake, Ryan Bragg, there. Thank you for joining us.
Actually, not just is Ryan joining us now, Ryan actually started us out. I think he had a pre-stream comment, but the first comment of the night did come from your nephew, Ryan Bragg.
Wow. Well, thanks for being here, Ryan.
Since I am not current, I will go ahead and tell you that Ryan at 5:33 today said, "Great thumbnail for the video."
Oh, thank you for saying that. That was created by James. All I did was add the words, but James created that.
I would argue it was not, in fact, a great thumbnail because somehow it didn't feature me.
Well, I would argue that it was a good thumbnail because it captured your attention that I was going to be solo, and that made you volunteer out of your generous sense of empathy.
This is true. Although I did tell you, if you don't find anyone to go on it, let me know and I'll rally for it. And you never got back to me on that. But
well, because you sounded really sick. I didn't really want to. Then when you forced yourself upon me, then I said, okay.
This is true. I'm just here to spread myself all over the internet.
And please don't anybody clip that. That's really wrong.
Oh, Elon is for sure going to clip that. Elon's already clipped me a few times this week.
Omnidog, what's your favorite Bowie album? Mine is either Black Star or Scary Monsters and Super Creeps. Black Star, I believe that was his last one, right?
Yep.
And
yeah, that's I'm a black star. I'm a black star.
I can't get myself to listen to it because it makes me so sad. It's
both. I kind of put it in the same category as Leonard Cohen's last album. I can't remember. What is it? We Kill the Flame. That it starts with that one. I don't remember, but like both of those work as like amazing tributes to the artist. I would say Bowie's been gone long enough at this point that it's worth a listen.
Okay.
And I think at this point too, it's everyone's going to be different. But I think that like it can be a celebratory listen as opposed to a sad that they're gone listen. Like it just especially like Leonard Cohen. Like when Leonard Cohen put out his last album, I think he knew that he was going to be passing soon, and it like very much had that sense. But it's like this. It was a celebration almost of his life and career. And Bowie's was a hard listen, but it's excellent.
Let me see what I have an initial answer. No, I don't want to do that.
I'm going to be just a basic bitch and just say mine is the rise and fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders of Mars.
I don't think that's basic because I was thinking that's what I was going to use too, because
I'm a sucker for a concept album. And I mean, like Bowie doing a concept album, like it didn't even have to be as good as it was. And it's still like, I would have loved it, but it just
got so many great songs on it though.
And even like my whole thing is like, I'm typically an album listener. Like I don't typically do like singles and like go through discographies. I'm not a greatest hits guy. I like to start like track one and go all the way through it. And Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars is like top to bottom, like an excellent listening experience.
Yeah. Aladdin Sane. Let's see. Panic in Detroit's one of my favorite songs ever. Genie. It's awesome. Let's see. I also love Scary Monsters and Super Creeps, though. I also loved Heroes. I loved Low. I know that was a bit of a break kind of a different kind of album, but that I really remember loving that in college, especially. I think I'm gonna have to say Ziggy.
I mean, like, the thing is just Bowie is just such an amazing musician. Like, you can't. There's no wrong answer. It's going to
Have
be
you-
different for everyone, and
Yeah.
it's all going to be correct for that person.
Mm-hmm. Have you read Mike Allred's Bowie book?
I have not.
I think you'd really dig it. It's very informative. I politely and lightly disagree with the comparison to an illustrated Wikipedia page. I feel like it's tied together and organically flows. I understand what the person's saying, and I can't remember who said it now, but I'm sure they'll speak up. But I think it flows better than a Wikipedia page, and it's more organic. And I learned so much from it that I didn't know. And of course, the illustrations are great because it's Mike Allred, and I love that guy. And I don't know. I really got a lot out of it. I don't remember if it was one of my books of the year or not, but boy, I just really enjoyed that. It felt more connected than an illustrated wiki page.
So I am looking right now to see if it is on Hoopla, and it doesn't appear that it is. Which is, doesn't mean anything. I can still do it that way, but I tend to do a fair amount of reading of comics at work in between my other job duties, and so Hoopla is a very useful resource for me. Doesn't appear that it's there, which again, not a big thing. But if we are talking about graphic bios, I would highly encourage everyone go check out the Comics Are Dope YouTube page by BJ Kicks at the beginning of his 25 days of comics thing that he's doing
which
right
is
now.
amazing and ridiculous that he could do that.
Oh, I can't even stick to one video a week. Like, that's my release schedule, and I do that most of the time, but then when I don't, I'm like, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know how he did that. That's incredible.
Well, he built his channel off of doing one video a day for basically an entire year. And I was like, what are you doing, man? But anyway, he profiled a comic that came out. I want to say it was through Magnetic Press. I could be wrong about that. But go check out the video where it was a comic biographic novel on Miles Davis. And it was one that just absolutely was not on my radar at all, and I was really glad that it was covered there. So yeah, musician comics, like both musicians writing comics and then comics about musicians, is a very particular genre that I kind of love. You can you see my name is covering it, but I have right down here my name was I have the Amory Wars from Boom Studios, which is if anyone here knows,
Cambria or something.
Coheed and Cambria is the comics that he wrote there. Obviously the Umbrella Academy, Gerard Way. Whatever band he was in, there is
My Chemical Romance.
Thank you.
I have never listened to a single song by them.
You have 100% heard the song "The Black Parade." Like, if you have ever shopped at a grocery store, you've heard "The Black Parade." Okay,
I'm going to take you up on that and listen to that right now with the sound off.
I was going to say, mute yourself. I will. I can read through comics or something like that. But
The Black.
When you'll be like, oh yeah, I remember how this was on every radio station back in 2000, whatever.
Okay, just a sec.
All right. While you are there, I'm going to catch up, and I'm just going to. I don't have the ability to highlight, but I'm just going to start reading through. I have no idea where we're at here, so. Oh, I'm way behind. Hey, I just flew in, and boy, are my arms tired. Well, right. How about this joke? Yo, chat, what's the difference between a pretty girl and a mouse? You give up? You sure you do. A mouse harms the cheese, and a pretty girl charms the he's. Yeah? You like that one?
That song was awful.
Yeah, but you've heard it before, right?
No. I have I? It was awful.
I swear if you have ever shopped in a grocery store, like it's come on there.
Based on his vocals, I want to punch him in the face.
Well, he also wrote Doom Patrol, so I don't know. Maybe he wrote a good Doom Patrol.
Max is. I didn't particularly care for his Doom Patrol. Max says, "What did I miss?" James says, "Bunkmaster B taking his clothes off to get just some extra super chat." Yeah, nobody super chatted me for Bunk's striptease, man.
James, stop making me laugh. That makes me cough.
Yeah.
How many comments are there? Like, I was just scrolling and I'm still not current. Like, I'm not even reading anything. Okay, I finally got to Ryan Bragg's My Game of the Year is FF16 or Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, as much as I love Zelda games, they've gotten so big and sandboxy that I just think it's too much for me. I have such a backlog. I have like 8 games from 2018 that I still haven't played. I waited 20 years for Shenmue 3 to come out, and I still haven't played that. And Knights of the Old Order Ring, or whatever it is, the Star Wars Knights of the New Republic, Knights of the Joy Division. I forget what it is, but I haven't played that either. I haven't finished Spider-Man 1.
Sorry, real quick. If someone put out a Knights of the Joy Division, I am right there.
That would be cool.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm playing a Disorder class right away. I got the spirit.
So true. Oh, this is your IST comment. Trade paperback don't seem in stock. My order was held up by one trade paperback. All the other books were new. But I will say IST will ship it separately free of charge, so IST is still awesome. Okay, good. Yeah, right? T. Hodgins, I'm looking forward to the release of Fear Agent 1 and 2 this week.
Which
should.
You already have and are also getting. Go back to the beginning of the stream if that doesn't make sense.
That's right. My yes and yes. I will be overviewing them, and I can give a review of them, and then I will be giving them away. And I made sure it was okay with JP because I didn't want him to think that I was just... I don't know. He sent me a box. Actually, last time I did the giveaway, he sent me this hurricane box of books to give away. So I mean, I say organic price books 10 times an hour during those giveaways. So it's got to be good for something.
If anyone has, by the way, ever interacted in any capacity with the team at OPB, JP, David, like, like how awesome those guys are. Like, those guys, in addition to running an amazing storefront with, I think, the best packaging online.
Yeah.
Like, they're great guys. If anyone is on Whatnot, if you're not on Whatnot, don't get on it. It is a dangerous rabbit hole to get on, but OPB runs a damage auction about once a month. We've got another one coming up here in a few days. And just like it, you talk about like a faceless company and it's just like ordering things here. Like OPB is not that. Like, it is the company of personality. It's a company of comic fans, comic geeks who, got into the medium because they love it. Like, I am not sponsored by OPB. I get no money from them, but I love OPB, and a bunch of what you see right through here has come directly from them. I am just happy to spread the word for them because I enjoy them that much.
Well, That's awesome. Omnidog Sit will get you 5% off shipping 4 more books together there.
You're telling me that the company I already order from, there's a way I could be saving more money?
Yeah, dude.
Why did no one tell me this before now?
Sorry. But it's Omnidog Sit now, which is even funnier.
I mean, that needed to be the code from the beginning.
I agree, 100%. Scary Monsters didn't disappoint either, right? I agree with that.
Mhm.
But Johnny's in Finland. It's 5:30 in the morning over here, and my second cup of coffee. Okay, so you've gotten up, or you stayed up? No, he's got a kid,
that was my question.
He has a young son, so I think that he went to bed and just got up.
I was gonna say, honestly, with like a young kid, either of those things could be the case.
Here's his answer. Yeah, I woke up at 3 this morning, was about to try and fall asleep again, but noticed this live show was just starting, so made some coffee instead. We're responsible for Johnny staying up, so we're absolutely dedicated to making this as good a show as possible for you, Johnny. What up out there in Finland?
Johnny, I have to tell you, I have 2 young kids. I know what a premium sleep comes at with them. I can't tell you how much it means to me that you have decided that, like, with your hours, you have decided to stay here with us. So thank you. I hope that we are able to be not bad. I hope that we're worth it.
Let's try and make it. So.
I was half-assing it before, but now I'm on. This is full-assing it right now. I am ready for this.
Oh, here's the Max Appleman in the shed. Is that how he refers to it? Is that
I assume that's whenever James links it, it's always like the video title. So I assume that that's the way that Max had it titled.
Okay, wait. This is awesome. If he's calling it like his room or his guitar practice area at school, if he's calling it the shed and he's saying Max Appleman in the shed, that's the bossest thing I've ever heard. If that's Pat Martino's solo thing called, like in the shed, Pat Martino, then I don't like it as much. But if Max is calling it, he's calling it in the shed, Max Appleman in the shed.
I have to assume, and it's just like these are like the Max Appleman in the shed sessions.
In the shed sessions, Max, could please confirm? Yes, they are.
Christmas Day. No,
please.
Nope. Can't do it. Can't do it. Sorry.
Dude, please. Okay, Max. Bowie. Fave albums are hard because he kept reinventing himself so many times. I love Hunky Dory, Low, Scary Monsters, Black Star. I love others as well, but those are my faves. And of course, it is subjective.
Yeah. That's why I said before, like, there is no wrong answer for favorite Bowie album because it just like. Except for Lethal Lucha.
That's the wrong answer.
Lethal Lucha? I don't know you. I thought I liked you. I probably still do like you because I'm a big wrestling guy. And if your name is Lethal Lucha, we're probably on the same wavelength. But if you're telling me that you can't get into Bowie, well, it means we probably can't be friends. And again, I thought there was something going here. I thought we could make this a thing, but I don't know that we can. Sorry, man.
Go change your shirt. Maybe that'll bring him back in line with us. No, not right here. No. What are you doing here? There's BJ Comics are dope.
I thought you were telling me to do that like now and here. So I just, was trying to acquiesce.
Regularly releasing. Wait, I thought you left Fifth of Jack. Regularly releasing content, it is a huge struggle of my own. It's like working on a shelf of shame.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a good mood, felt good all day today. Okay, I have this whole thing set up for my favorite Marvel books of the year. It's been sitting here all day. It is now 11:15. I don't know how I'm going to feel tomorrow. After this, I have to do this Marvel thing. And why did I struggle all day? I mean, I didn't even do anything all day. I did 2 videos. Wait, what did I do today? I released a short.
Did you watch Colts versus Steelers?
I didn't, but I heard there was I saw the vicious hit. My daughter sent it to me from Twitter.
I had Zach Moss playing for my fantasy team on that, and
is that who got hurt?
Yeah, he thankfully he scored a touchdown early, but yeah, he got pretty brutally taken down in the second, and he was questionable to return, and then he was just out.
I think whoever made that hit not only faces a fine, but is going to miss some games in the future. Well,
that's assuming that the Steelers have any games in the future. I mean, technically, there's like 2 games left in the season, but I mean, for the Steelers, they don't matter.
13. I think there's 4 games left. The Rams are 6-7. There's 4 games for my team.
This is week 15 that's going on right now. So they've already had their bye. Everyone's had their bye. So if they're that's right. Yeah. All right. This whole 17 game season is
I don't like it.
I don't either. I feel like if they were going to add an extra week, they should have added an extra bye week for the players. Like,
I agree with that. Yeah.
I like having football on more, and it gives more like breakdown time. And, so I don't get to see my team twice. I'm trying not to watch my team anyway.
You're rooting against your team.
Yes, I am. And I will have you know that even though they won last Thursday, they are still in the number 2 draft spot. So I'm really hoping that they lose this week. They're playing Kansas City. They should be losing. Word on the street is that Belichick is gone after the season, and they're going to put Gerard Mayo in, which I think is going to be good for both sides. I think Belichick could go to a team that is trying to win, so he can break Don Shula's record. And the Patriots.
Okay, take it easy. I'll talk for you. Bunk's rooting for the Patriots to lose because he's a Patriots fan. And something high draft pick. Bill Belichick goes to Germany to start the NFL there, and hopefully nobody ever hears from him again. Okay, good.
Yeah,
I think I summed that up.
No, I think Bill should go to a team that is trying to win now. So, like, for instance, the Chargers just fired Brandon Staley. I think, with Justin Herbert still on a rookie contract, I think that would be a good position for him to go into, because that's a team that's poised, that's ready to win. He's he's a coach that knows how to win. That's the place that Belichick should be. He should not be in a rebuilding team.
Yeah, and I have to say, one successful season with the Rams did not he did not deserve to become a head coach after one successful season as defensive coordinator.
You mean Staley?
Staley. Yeah, give me a break.
Yeah,
he was super unprepared.
Every Chargers fan I know has wanted him to leave since he got there, and management was like, "Nope, he's our guy," and they were like, "Please stop being their guy."
If Raheem Morris, he should get a head coaching job. If he leaves the Rams, then Brandon Staley should come back on his hands and knees and ask Sean McVay, whatever his name is, for his old job back. And then Sean can say, okay, you can have your old job back, because Raheem Morris does deserve to be a head coach. Now, that reminds me, since we're talking about football and football's on TV, I watched a lot of television for me this year.
What a transition.
I know. Thank you. Segue master. So my I loved everything I watched. Let me just think of some of the things I watched. Mike Flanagan's Fall of the House of Usher, Mike Flanagan's Midnight Mass, Mike Flanagan's Ouija House of or Origin of Evil, but that was a movie, but it was on Netflix. So is it TV or not? First 2 seasons of Ted Lasso. Let's see, what else did I watch? Some Hallmark movies that I don't remember the names of.
Real quick, Hallmark movies, as much as we may scoff at them, there is a lot of joy that comes with watching Hallmark movies.
I wasn't even being sarcastic. I love Hallmark movies.
I'm saying, like,
specifically Lacey Tabbert, but it just depends on it depends on now this is shallow, but I don't know if it's shallow. When I search for a Hallmark movie, it doesn't have to be Christmas, it can be anything. I have to see the man and the woman and see if I am if I either believe it could happen or the I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing with me and the woman. I have to.
I feel the exact same way about when I go to Pornhub and I look at Hallmark.
James, totally clip that. Yeah, clip that and send it to me, and I'll get it to his wife. No, but I have to relate to the woman. Like, I like that woman. There's something about her I like. I want to see her fall in love. Let's see what happens. And so, unless it's Lacey Chabert, I will watch anything she does. So, anyway, what am I thinking of? Let's see. Oh yeah, Harley, Valentine's Day special. I still need to see season 4. I'm having trouble thinking of which was the better show. Fall of the House of Usher, which was brilliant, or Midnight Mass, which was also brilliant. I'm through 4 episodes of The Midnight Club, which apparently got canceled for some dumb reason. I wept at the end of Midnight Mass, but I was also really affected by Fall of the House of Usher. So I will say that as brilliant as Fall of the House of Usher on Netflix was, the fact that I cried at the end of Midnight Mass makes me feel like it was a better experience for me. Although I love them both, I'm going to give it to Midnight Mass, even though it came out last year or whenever. I don't care.
I have had both of those recommended to me so many times, like especially when I like lay out because like I'm very particular about like what horror I like. Like, I would not consider myself like generally a horror fan, but when I lay out like this is kind of what I like, this is it, everyone's like, oh, have you checked out this? And I have not watched either of those, but I am like all on board. I am very excited to watch both of those. So your endorsement on those is only just like adding like, yes, I am excited for that.
They were two of the best things. Well, they were the 2 best things I saw this year. And I don't like slasher films. I've talked to Lou about this on Omnibus before because I like horror films, but I don't like slasher films. So I haven't seen any of the Elm Street movies. I haven't seen Friday the 13th. Haven't seen Debbie Goes to Sleepaway Camp. Whatever. Are we? No.
Did she go to Sleepaway Camp or did she go to Dallas?
So I don't need blood and gore. I like to be jump scared. I like to be scared. I want a movie like the first Paranormal Activity, where I saw it at 3 p.m., 3 in the afternoon by myself with my dog, and it scared me so much.
Needed to call Patty
to come home from Baltimore early. I said, "What are you doing? Get in your car now and come home right now." So, I mean, I got the dog and just sat him right on my lap and said, don't move. We're protecting each other. Because I like demons. I like occult. Demons, occult, scary stuff. Yeah. And Ouija boards. Those freak me out. So that's the kind of horror I like.
So I'm sorry that we're jumping to comics. I know we're not talking about those tonight.
Oh,
but
go ahead.
Based off of that, I know you're a big Philadelphia fan. I know that you really liked that early stuff. Did you read the sort of side series Nita Hawes Demon blog that came out?
No. Is it by the same creators?
It's by the same writer. It's
Okay.
not Jason Sean Alexander that's drawing it, so the art is not nearly as good. But the focus goes.
Nita
The
Hawes.
Yeah. The focus goes to demons and possession,
Ooh.
and sort of like the paranormal. Vampires don't appear in it at all,
Okay,
but
that's fine.
it's within the Philadelphia universe, and it is.
Oh.
It's really good. Also,
has it been collected?
it's 2 trades. You can read them both on Hoopla.
Hoopla. Come on, man. I need to spend
You
money.
can also buy them and read them physically. But yeah.
Thank you.
And I got to talk to Rodney Barnes about those, and Philadelphia was written, and I confirmed this with him, with more of a sort of like episodic nature in mind, where the idea with that, like, you would read an issue of Philadelphia and it would be like a hook, a story, and a cliffhanger. Whereas Nita Hawes was written very much more with the trade in mind, where it was a 6-issue story where you begin with one, and like he's not worrying about, where you end off issue 1 on. Like he is writing a sustained story, and there's 2 of those, 1 through 6, and then 7 through 12.
And where did you talk to him?
GalaxyCon. I've talked to him for the last 2 years.
Cool.
Yep. He told me that when I was talking about those different things, he was like, yeah, absolutely, I had those different things. That's a very astute observation. And I was like, well, Mr. Rodney.
Did you have your tank top on at the time? Could that have influenced him?
No. I think I had a sweater on at that point. It was the middle of December. I was not going out.
Oh, like you're not strutting around flexing for the whole world to see.
Sorry, what
Hayden, have you fainted? Another reason to love Omnidog: violence towards bad musical performers. That joke was bad, Bunk. I don't remember when that was. 10:40.
I assume that was when you were off screen and I was holding the chat, and I told my favorite terrible joke. Which, Kane, you're right. That joke was bad, but that's why I love that joke.
Just please give more live reviews to songs. Okay. Give me a song and I'll review it.
Trust me, I have more terrible jokes to tell while Jess listens to songs.
Sure. Jess, there is a remake of Link's Awakening on the Switch. It's 3D, but is formatted like the original Game Boy game. Oh, here's YP. What up?
What's up, YP? I'll see you in the Discord. If you have not seen that particular one, the remake for it is like all of the different characters are basically made to look like toys, and it looks amazing. So it's not just like here's all the characters, but it's 3D. It's like everyone like looks like a toy, and like the whole world looks like it's this like constructed unit. It's fantastic.
What's YP's name in the Discord?
Isn't it YP?
Oh, because I don't.
I'm pretty sure you've had
in my Discord.
in your Discord, I'm pretty sure that when you like outed yourself and showed your private messages, YP was there. YP has a different profile picture. Like YP's profile picture, I believe, is a woman with a mask, but I'm pretty sure that YP is in the Discord.
Oh yeah, there's YP. Okay, I
Yeah.
guess I just haven't talked to YP in a while.
I mean, yeah, you have some private messages going with YP.
I do.
You showed that off.
I guess so. Sorry, YP. We haven't talked in a while. Knights of the Joy Division. Still smarting from that Killer Be Killed OHC reprint cancellation from OPB. Oh, I'm sorry. Where is the best place to see? Oh, flexing and flexing.
Oh, you're right. Good call.
There you go. Flex both. Peter, that would be comicreleases.com. Go to comicreleases.com. That's my friend Webhead's amazing website where he's got everything up through, I think, September of next year. The first few months are pretty firm. Then things can get sort of murky. It's not as bad as it was with books getting pushed out, but Webhead does an amazing job. And I'm sure James has already put comicreleases.com's name and link down below. So that is where you should go. It's an amazing website.
Also, real quick, if you are on the Near Mint Condition Discord and it works for you, say thank you to Webhead, because none of that would work without Webhead. Anytime there's a technical problem, we just tag in Webhead.
Huh. Well, I'm a little disappointed that you just put in a plug for.
No. I'm just saying, like, say thank you to him. Don't go
in
there.
The shed stuff for practice things. I'm skipping that. We're skipping over you now. My son's with his mom this weekend, so we're good. And he's nearly 6 now, so not so little anymore. Okay, so in the shed is your own thing. I think that's rad. The only wrong answer is Tin Machine. Dude, please. That stuff was crap. That stuff was crappy crap. I still remember who it was. It was the Sons of Soupy Sales, their twins, and Reeves Gabrels. And boy, did that stuff suck. Sorry.
Did you just turn to Kim Cattrall scatting right there? I don't think those were real words.
Did you say Kim Cattrall scatting?
I did.
Hold on 1 second. Let's go to the woman herself.
I'm holding on all of the seconds. Oh, we got an ad for pre-order and save. Now, that is a good idea. You should pre-order and save.
Poetry, sonnets, and he plays the upright bass. Winked at all the she-dogs. The town never knew such a hullabaloo as that little dog raised till the end of that. We just have a good rhythm together. You know, he sort of feels me out, I feel him out, and we go for it.
You certainly do.
For some reason, in my head, whenever I hear that, I always think that she says we fit each other, and she doesn't. But like in my head, she always says that.
It is. Good night, Larry. Thanks for being here. That is her husband, I think.
I mean, I would hope so. Like, there's a lot of rubbing that goes on.
Yeah, there is. He's hoping for the Giants to make the Lions to make the playoffs. Hayden's still here with your tank tops. I'm thinking. I'm wishing two of the hunkiest nerds on the internet a happiest rest of the stream. Okay, we're losing Hayden. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it.
We'll see you on the replay. get some good sleep, and we'll still be hunky when you check out the rest of it.
Bahaha, I did try. I'm more a negative approach, minor threat type person. Minor threat,
Like the band?
like the band Minor Threat. I just got a new 45 of theirs. It's really cool. Hallmark had 3 great movies.
All
this
right,
year.
I'm not ready to move off of Lethal Lucha. Do you?
Which one? This one?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a minor threat type person, like talk to me like Fugazi versus Minor Threat. Where do you come down on that?
2 different bands, man.
I mean, are they? Are they?
They are.
I mean, like they're not 100% different bands. That's like saying Joy Division and New Order. Like, you know,
Those are dude. Oh, dude, stop. Here's the Minor Threat out of step outtakes that I got with these songs on them. And that's cool. Came with liner notes. And I had Jeff Nelson on my collectibles show that I know I need to be doing more of. And it's clear vinyl, so it's boss.
I'm such a sucker for colored vinyl.
It's almost to the point where I won't buy anything but colored vinyl now.
I've talked to like some vinyl nerds who were like, it plays less good than black vinyl. And I'm like,
Right.
Man, like get out of here. It is so much less fun than that. Like
I know that, and then picture discs are supposed to be even less of a good sound. And apparently the reason why my record collection sold so well during the estate sale was all the albums from the 60s through the 80s are cut in a way that produce better sound than what we're hearing now. I think you've got to have a very refined ear. You've got to be an audiophile to know the difference. I honestly can't tell the difference. As much music as I've listened to, I'm not an audiophile. So yeah, I want the fun of really boss colored vinyl,
right?
To listen with my fun music. Yeah.
Hold on real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hallmark had 3 great movies this year: Biltmore Christmas, Round and Round, and Catch Me If You Claws. Okay, thank you, James. Oh, I want to see Violent Night. I know that. Christmas movies. Apparently there's a horror movie coming out called It's a Wonderful Knife, and yes, I'm going to see it. It sounds really stupid.
All right. So again,
Ooh.
You know, we want to talk about like vinyl being fun. You know what's like the most fun thing ever? First off, this is a variant cover. Look at
what's happened? What happened there?
I don't know. It my camera doesn't like this for some reason. All right. Anyway, look at this. This is a variant cover. It is done very much in the style, obviously, of like comic books. Like you've got your main character, you've got all of that going, and then this is a different colorway. Like, look at this disc. This is the most fun disc I own, and I own like clear vinyl too. Clear vinyl is awesome, but like, look at this. You can't even see what color this is because of my light, and that makes me sad. But this is like,
it's green.
Is
it light green?
It is like lime green.
Lime green. Okay.
Yeah, the light that I have is like picking it up, and then it's got like this a pink liner, and it looks so good. And it's like it's a variant cover, it's a variant colorway, and like vinyl should be fun. Like anyone's like, well, that won't play as well, and the sound clarity will not be quite as good as if it was black. Like, get out of here, man. Like, music should be fun.
I had there's the new Jesus and Mary Chain album came out on the coolest colored vinyl.
Jesus and Mary Chain is still making new music?
Yeah, it's their most recent. I mean, yeah, they haven't made one in 15 years, but they made one, and it was already it had already sold out by the time I got to it. And of course, that just makes me want it even more. There's other colored vinyls of it, but I wanted the one that sold out. Okay, wait. Hallmark Round and Round have a lot of comic book reference, like DC, Marvel, Paper Girls. They even talked about D&D during it.
I don't know what Round and Round is, but
it's a Hallmark Christmas movie.
Oh, okay.
You were getting your vinyl. I also watched Batman the Animated Series. You're right. Kane has a TV backlog. I haven't heard of Scoot Pilgrim.
Scott Pilgrim.
I know. I'm messing with her. JoJo Part 6, The Witcher Season 3, Wheel of Time Season 2, and some other things I'm forgetting. Watch Blue Eyes Samurai, and that was fantastic. Oh, I also watched Spy X Family, the first 25 episodes. Now I need to watch the next 2 seasons or whatever it is. Very spicy show. Good night, Cage. Thanks for joining.
Night, Cage. Catch you on the replay.
Yeah, I know. I was just teasing you, Kane. You forget about watching the horror of Very Fine Condition. We try not to talk about that. Has anyone seen Skinamarink? It was pretty divisive, but I liked it a lot. There are a lot of similarities to Paranormal Activity.
I sing Skinamarink to my kids all the time, but I feel like that's different.
I'm not familiar with it. There's comic releases. Thank you, James.
Mary Lois and Bram's Elephant Show. That's not something.
Florence and the Machine. I've heard them. Minor Threat is the superior one of the two. That's a statement.
I don't think there's a wrong answer to the two. I'm a Fugazi guy myself, but
I like them both.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with either. Like, both are great.
Yeah. 60s to 80s vinyl had better masters generally. Also, all of the audio tech was better quality. That cover was too rad for the cam. Here's Labruski. What up?
What's up, Lucas?
I saw... Is that the group you just talked about?
No, the one.
Jesus Mary Chain. Open for 9 Inch Nails. I was really impressed.
Yeah,
nice.
Psycho Candy, Darkland. I'm one of those weirdos who like Darklands more than Psycho Candy.
But I like them both. I love Psycho Candy.
Yeah.
So what was your favorite TV show? We're past 3 hours and we haven't talked about movies even yet. So what was your favorite TV show?
So if we're going favorite TV show, I gotta go with season 2 of The Bear.
The Bear. I've heard good things about that.
Not only was it excellent, but the Thanksgiving episode was probably just like objectively the best piece of anything I watched all year. It was a 1 hour long episode. It was basically a mini movie, and I would put that as sort of like the most acclaimed, the best thing that I watched all year. The season itself was great, but like just that Thanksgiving episode, it was a prequel. It was funny. It was informative. It allowed the characters to like really breathe, especially like some characters who don't necessarily get their time. And I can't think of anything I watched that was better than season 2 of The Bear.
Wow. Okay. Very nice.
What about you?
Sorry?
What about you? What do you
I went with Midnight Mass.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You said it was between that and Fall of the House of Usher. Yeah.
Right. I saw a bunch of other TV that but not I'll tell you what. I binged also when I had COVID, and that's when I went on a major binge for me. I saw Bodies.
Okay. I don't know that one.
Based on a comic book that I own. It's actually a pretty cool premise, and it was really well done. Let me see if I can describe it. In 4 different time periods, the same body shows up in the same place, shot naked and shot in the head. 4 different it's like 1890s, 1940s, 2023, and then 2053. So it's set across past and future. And it's how all 4 detectives investigating, it follows them through their investigation.
Do they
And
do they realize that like the same body has died multiple times beforehand, or is it just like this
Not
is how
yet.
an investigation looks in each of these years?
It starts with their discovering the body, and I don't want to give too much away, but I also want to make it sound interesting. They learn through an interesting way that things that the body that there's more going on than just a naked body found in an alley.
Okay.
The one they figure out a way and it goes for only, I think it was only 8 episodes, but for only 8 episodes, it did a really good job of fleshing out the lives of the detectives. It was in it's an alleyway in England, in London, and it did a really good job of tying the future into the past. It's I would call it a sci-fi thriller. It's not scary, but it's very well written science fiction. And it is, I can't think of, it's not Cy Spurrier, it's Cy Spencer, and he passed away, I think maybe due to COVID complications in 2021 or something. But I highly recommend Bodies.
All right.
For anybody that likes well-made science fiction.
What is that one on?
That is my next, gonna figure that out.
All right. While you were pulling that up, again, my plug is The Bear season 2. But if we're talking about underrated, people need to watch this. I'm going to plug Freevee comedies. And specifically, I'm going to talk about Jury Duty, and I'm going to talk about Primo. So if you have not watched, Jury Duty was the bigger show of the two. Did you figure out where it was streaming?
Netflix.
Where? Netflix. Okay.
I'm
Go
gonna
watch
while
Bodies
you're
on
talking, I'm going to look for my Cowboy Bebop albums.
Perfect. All right. So Jury Duty was a big show, and like exactly when it came out, it like had this moment where it like kind of captured. And if you did not happen to be in that moment at that time, you probably missed it, especially because it was on Freevee. So the whole premise of Jury Duty is that basically it is a reality show, quote unquote, but there is a staged trial where every single person, judge, defendant, plaintiff, almost the entire jury, are all in on the idea of the show. But one juror, who is the main juror, thinks this is a real trial. And they film it and they sort of react. And it is this ridiculous, over-the-top situation. And I say this as someone who is not like a prank show person. Like I'm not an Impractical Jokers guy. I don't like, sort of like prank shows. But the team behind it, a lot of them like got their start on The Office and things like that. And it's so well done. And it is so funny, but so compassionate and heartfelt that is some of the best TV I've seen. Only 10 episodes, very short. It's the kind of thing that you'll watch one episode, you'll be like, I don't know if it's for me. And then you'll finish it one night. Absolutely adore that. And then Primo is a show also on Freevee. So again, you don't need to subscribe to a service to watch this, where it follows a kid in high school who is being raised by a single mom that is Latina, and his like 5 uncles all live in the same house with him. And it is the creator of the show worked on a website called The Ringer. So if anyone knows that, there's a bunch of talent that has come over from The Ringer. And it's just this really heartfelt and really enjoyable family comedy. I don't remember what episode it is, but there's one episode where the Primo, the kid, he's got a crush on a girl who is not Latina, and he invites her over to a Labor Day party that his family always throws. And she's never had Mexican food before, and he's like, "Oh, my mom's a great cook of Mexican food. Come on over, you'll get to experience this." And he tells his uncles about this, and they like pull him aside, and they're like, "Your mom is a terrible Mexican cook. Why would you do this?" And he finds out that throughout his entire life, and throughout her entire life, his mom thinks that she's this great cook of Mexican food, but she is a terrible cook. But all of her brothers, his uncles, don't want to hurt her feelings. And so while she is cooking, they have this like whole thing where they cook for her and swap out the ingredients so that it ends up with this delicious food that she thinks she made. But it's the kind of thing that it's like, she's doing a recipe and she needs coriander and she doesn't have that. And so she looks and she's like, "Well, cumin sounds like coriander, so I'll just swap that in." And they're all just like, "No." And so like, she's like making all these things together, just like based on what she has. And like, they just make a good version and swap it in for her because
what's that one called?
Primo.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's just like this very like heartfelt family comedy. Like, it's not a groundbreaking TV show by any means, but it's super enjoyable. It's a lot of fun. I think more people need to like know about that one just because it was like, it's a very pleasant, easy show.
I read the Singles Bodies, but I can't believe Cy Spencer died. I didn't know. I'm sorry, Chris. If you like the comic, you will love the TV because I like the comic too, but they really did Cy Spencer's works justice. It is a really good show. William Lee agrees. Jury Duty is the funniest show of the year.
Did you watch Jury Duty?
I haven't. I know the concept, but I haven't.
So I will say, I thought I was like above look at that.
This is how dumb I am that I love collecting this. It's this exact same music, but they're on completely different colors of colored vinyl. So I said, well, it doesn't matter. I will just go ahead and get it so I can have different colored vinyl. So this one's the Swordfish and Red Tail edition.
Oh, so good.
But it does not have Real Folk Blues at the end.
That's so weird.
It's not. They never had the copyright. It ends with Pearls. It starts with Tank. It has the first one has 10 songs. The second one has 12 songs. I'm
so curious about like what the copyright issue is because I thought that was
I don't think the Seatbelts wrote it.
Really?
I think it's somebody else.
Because I thought Yoko Kanno wrote all the music for that.
I don't honestly know. Ooh, this is a nice one too.
Oh.
Right?
Oh.
So what has been released, or actually it's pre-ordered, hasn't come out yet, are two completely brand new. It's all the songs by the Seatbelts, but it's all the copyrighted stuff they haven't been able to get a hold of. It's everything possible to do with Cowboy Bebop. And let me see if I can figure out, did I get that? I think I got it from Milan Records, Milan, if you want to look it up too.
Now, Jess, did you ever watch this show?
No.
So this right here is the manga box set. But this was adapted into an anime that Yoko Kanno also did the music for. And it is, not surprisingly, it is utterly fantastic. It's only 26 episodes. It's not nearly as strong as Cowboy Bebop. So I don't want you to go into it thinking that it's going to be Cowboy Bebop, but I have a deep, deep love for Wolf's Rain.
Did you ever see Samurai Champloo?
Yeah. So
I love that.
this was also an Adult Swim series.
I have the soundtrack to that too, because I haven't seen that many animes, but that's one of them. I watched it right after I watched this. And Kids on the Slope. I think, have you seen that one?
I have not. I don't know that one.
I think
But
it's by the same person.
Kane knows.
Okay, wait. Where are you, Kane? Oh, yes. Wolf, Rain, that's a classic. Samurai Champloo is the GOAT.
I thought
I
Omnidog
know.
was the GOAT. I'm pretty sure I saw that emoji earlier.
I know I need to see What We Do in Shadows. I've had so many people, kids telling me that. Kids, I just saw Kids on the Slope. So many people, including Max, have told me that. Yeah, I need to see this. Didn't see Last of Us. I know it's supposed to be great. Gen V, Shrinking, Scott Pilgrim, Silo, Last of Us, the new season of Fargo. Where was I? Anyway, if you go to Milan Records, you will see there are two different Cowboy Bebop albums to be ordered, and they contain everything ever. So no copyright problems. Everything's possible. I'm pretty sure it's Milan.
Anything is possible. That's for all my NBA fans out there.
I'm not one of them.
I know. That's why I said for all my NBA fans out there, not for you, Jess. I'm scrolling. They have a lot of anime albums here.
Do you want to search for Cowboy Bebop? Am I thinking right? I mean, it was Milan.
I mean, that would probably be the thing that makes more sense, but then I wouldn't get to see everything that's come out. So, like, I wouldn't get to see the 2-disc Furikuri FLCL set. I wouldn't get to see Full Metal Alchemist with Edward leading a symphony.
Okay, yeah, it is Milan. Seatbelts, Cowboy Bebop songs for the Cosmic Sofa, 1 LP. Seatbelts, Cowboy Bebop, The Real Folk Blue Legends, 2 LPs.
The real folk.
Oh, here they are, right here. Oh, and I'll show you the colored vinyl too. Here we go.
I want to see that colored vinyl.
You what?
I was gonna say I'm on page 5 of 7. And I haven't seen it yet. So yeah, show me that colored vinyl.
There it is. Featured releases.
See, I was just on the anime page. All right, so we got one that's like a cool blue, and then we've got a double LP set in red.
Right, and they've got 2 different.
I like that cool blue more, but I mean, like a double set, I'm always going to choose a double set, and especially if you tell me like that's the one that has the Real Folk Blues.
Well, there's Real Folk Blues 2022, Farewell Blues, but see, this is only the first part. Net Rush, blah, 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 and then
Tank. That one does not have Tank. That first one you showed me.
Yeah, but
okay, so this one starts with Real Folk Blues.
Well, where is Tank? The Real Folk Blues.
Does this set not have Tank?
Well, I don't need it. This set does not have
Tank.
I don't need it because I've already got 2 albums of it.
I realize that, but you're buying this just for the Real Folk Blues? Which is a great song, don't get me wrong, but I don't need
striking designs, but kind of known for his work on the Cowboy Bebop. This will be curated with the guidance of Yoko Kanno. It's a collection of chill out and down tempo tracks taken from Cowboy Bebop discography. Explore iconic songs like I Do from Cowboy Bebop Blue featuring Emily Bandiger and a brand new recording of the hit Real Folk Blues using Maya Money. Enjoy the culture for blah, 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 blah. Well, I don't mind because I've already got Tank on these other albums.
But it seems like I thought you were going to sell me on like the idea that there is now like one definitive Cowboy Bebop vinyl set. And it's like, no, You need this blue one, and then you need this double red one, and then you need one of the earlier ones.
Yeah, I sort of feel bad about that.
Because what it sounds like is
this is the stuff that hasn't been able to be released, I think, before.
Yeah, but this is saying that, like, if you
maybe it's what they call the theme from Cowboy Bebop.
No one is calling Tank the theme from Cowboy Bebop, and no one is putting that on the beginning of side D.
Yeah, you know what? This is all the stuff that's not on this album. So you need this album and those 2 albums, and then you have everything ever.
That's like saying to someone who's like, "Hey, I want to start reading Spider-Man. Where should I start?" And being like,
No,
"Oh
it's
my
not
god!"
like saying that at all. It's just saying, dude, get what I'm telling you to get, and it's those 2 albums and this album, and then your life will be infinitely better. I'm trying to give you a recipe for a better life, there, Punk.
Okay, so you know what you should do is you should read Craven's Last Hunt. But you probably won't get much out of that unless you like read the earlier stuff. So like what you should do, read Craven's Last Hunt, but before that, pick up Omnibus #1, and well, that's not going to take you to Craven's Last. So then like pick up Omnibus #2 and just read all of Spider-Man, and then eventually you'll get to Craven's Last Hunt, and that is great.
No, I'm telling you that you can get everything with just 3 purchases.
I mean, can I save 5% on my purchases with using code Omnidog?
You could try it with Milan. It doesn't hurt. Kate says, Real Folk Blues was performed by Seatbelts featuring vocals by Maya Mani. The song was composed and arranged by Yoko Kanno. Lyrics by that person. That could be the copyright issue.
I will once again plug Wolf's Rain soundtrack. Excellent.
Okay, should I also watch the anime of Wolf's Rain?
I really like Wolf's Rain, but I think a lot of that is nostalgia talking. It's a 26 episode anime, and I like part of that. There's a 4 episode set where it's like a flashback, but from each of the characters' perspective. Like it's a 26 episode series that did not need to be 26 episods.
So just listen to. Okay, wait, I'm writing
the soundtrack. Soundtrack is fantastic.
Wolf's Rain.
Okay. I have a lot of nostalgia, and I really enjoy the anime. But I think if I was going into it now, I'd kind of be like, how are there filler episodes on a 26 episode anime? Like, I get it on Naruto, I get it on DBZ. Why on a 26 episode miniseries are you like padding out the length?
Here's 2 comic book questions we can answer. I can answer this one. First of all, good for you, Labruski. Zatanna is one of the greatest characters ever, and the Paul Dini book is getting a. He wrote 3. Paul Dini wrote 3 Zatanna books, which have been wildly out of print. They're all getting smushed together, and then I think they're coming out in January. Let me see. I don't think they're coming out in this month. I think it's next month. So just wait for Zatanna by Paul Dini. Get that book. You'll be set. Also, Justice League Dark Rebirth Omnibus is coming out. Great Zatanna stories in that. I mean, she's a major part of the team. I would recommend that. As much as I love Justice League Dark New 52 with Zatanna in it, Rebirth's even better. But if you want Zatanna, she's in this. She's great. This is the New 52. If I've said all that too fast, message me in Discord. You and I always talk in there, and I'll set you straight.
Fantastic recommendations. I would also add the Young Justice show that is showing on HBO now. Started on Cartoon Network, and then the later seasons were picked up by HBO. She is a side character in that, but she is excellent, especially the later seasons where you get Zatanna and Zatara and kind of their relationship together. And she starts her own like magic school. Like there's some really good Zatanna stuff there.
Oh, there's also, okay, good. That's good to know. I've heard lots of great stuff about Young Justice animated show. Yeah.
Excellent. Did you ever watch Gargoyles?
No.
All right. Well, doesn't matter. But Greg
Oh,
Weisman.
here's
who did
Batmanda.
Gargoyles.
Young
Hey,
Justice show is
Batmanda.
great, and I love Zatanna
Yes.
in that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ooh, I
Thank you.
need
Thank
that
you.
Zatanna book. That's right.
But yes, Young Justice. Excellent. Excellent. Go watch it.
Labruski's watching Young Justice. That's what I thought.
Perfect.
Kane agrees. Young Justice peak.
I am here for all of this Young Justice praise because I adore Young Justice. I loved it when I was watching it before, when it was like unjustly cut off after the 2 seasons. I loved it once HBO picked it up afterwards. I am here for all of the Young Justice praise.
I might have it on DVD. I will have to go over and look.
If you have HBO Max, you can watch the whole series streaming that way.
They keep yanking stuff, so I'm starting to buy more of that stuff physically because
Not a bad
they
idea.
just randomly yank, like Brave and the Bold. They yanked, and that's a great show. I already own the DVD, so it doesn't matter. But I have Ghost in the Shell. I have this. Okay, I will give it a
didn't
listen.
realize that Yoko Kanno was Ghost in the Shell. Now, are we talking about standalone complex, or are we talking about the movie Ghost in the Shell? Get at me, Kane.
Okay, and while Kane's getting at you, Peter,
Yes.
New Frontier
No. Yes.
is worth getting in the absolute.
Yes.
Yes. Right? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Deluxe is fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but you can find a used copy of New Frontier Absolute for probably what you can buy the Deluxe for, and you will want that Darwin Cook art as big as you can. You will want all of those extras. If you ever have the opportunity to buy Darwin Cook art big, do it.
That's the whole reason absolutes exist. The story's good, but the art is what you want to get oversized. Like Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, that's going to make a perfect absolute because the art kicks ass and the story kicks ass. So that's for future Peter. Remember that. Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow in absolute when it comes out in 2025.
You can honestly probably find a copy. Like if you look on eBay, if you look on a used site, you can get a copy of the absolute for like $40. And honestly, that's about what the deluxe is going to cost you. Like, just get the absolute. It's worth it.
Batmanda loves gargoyles. I've heard a lot of good things about gargoyles, so I do want to see it.
Greg Weisman believes in his audience. Greg Weisman makes great animated series.
Justice League Dark. Both Justice League Darks are good. Justice League Dark New 52, Justice League Dark Rebirth. Completely different take, but completely great. It's got Magic Wonder Woman in it, which is amazing. And Zatanna and Constantine and Swamp Thing and Man Bat and the Demon and Dead Man and Dr. Fate.
Every time you say Dead Man, all I can think is turn me on.
Turn me on,
Dead Man.
Turn me on, Dead Man. I see, this is crazy to me. I just heard about this. How do you take your flagship greatest show of the past 5 years off your channel?
Because you want the rights to revert to Alan Moore? Standalone. Okay. That's what I was wondering about. So
what is that?
So when Kane said that Ghost in the Shell, Yoko Kanno had also done the music for, I asked Kane, are you talking about the movie that came out, or are you talking about Standalone Complex? And Kane is answering me, and I appreciate
Is that the anime?
Yeah. So Standalone. So Ghost in the Shell came out like around the same time, but after Akira, when it was like when the US was getting anime like through movie releases. and then many years later, Ghost in the Shell, after it had critical acclaim and it became like one of the seminal works of like, oh, you want to start watching anime? Here's where to go. Standalone Complex was an animated series that came from the Ghost in the Shell world.
Okie dokie. Greg Weisman is just a creative person looking forward to his Gargoyle Comics reboot and his Spectacular Spidey 2024 comic series.
Greg Weisman is already writing and has been for a while the Gargoyle Comics reboot. That's been happening for some time, and I can't officially say anything, but hey, if you're into Greg Weisman and you like the idea of comics YouTube talking to him, maybe keep an eye on BJ Kick's Comics Are Dope channel. I won't say any more than that, but maybe that's what's saying.
Okay. Hey, Peter just found a decent deal on eBay for a sealed absolute. Way
I
to
told
go,
you,
buddy.
I told you you would. There are so many copies of it's rolling around right now that it's like it's not hard to find in the absolute. It's like the same price. It is absolutely worth it.
I may pick up the new deluxe edition coming out as well, though. Well, I am Justice League Dark is magic. It's all magic in the occult.
You explained that. I need to grab another drink real quick.
Okay. The dark part is magic and magic foes. That's why Zatanna and Constantine and Dr. Fate, those magicians type people dealing with the occult, that's the dark part. So yeah, good question. They focus on a different set of adversaries, sometimes crossing over. The Peace and Love, the Justice League Dark New 52 does have the crossover in it of we talked earlier about Sins of Pandora or whatever it was called, that has the interesting Phantom Stranger origin. Not the greatest, but you sort of have to wade through it to get to what's on the other side. It informs what's on the other side. It's like midway through. And first of all, this is a monster book. This is just huge. And about, oh yeah, Forever Evil's in here too. Forever Evil was good. Blight, I don't know. Forever Evil Blight. Forever Evil Blight was okay because that was part of the Trinity of Sin, Pandora. You sort of have to wade through that to get to what's on the other side. But it's fine. It's not awful. It's just above. It's just average. Everything else in here is above average. This is the New 52. Everything in Justice League Dark Rebirth, all of it is way above average. That's another book if referring back to somebody who asked what I was excited about coming out next year, that's one of them. Justice League Dark Rebirth, Omnibus. And Johnny, I have the deluxe of New Frontier, and I have the absolute because I got the absolute first, and then the deluxe came out with the extra story in it. But the new absolutes of New Frontier also have the deluxe have the extra story in it. But so what do? Get rid of the absolute without the extra story? No, then I don't have it in oversized Darwin Cook art. Get rid of the deluxe? No, then I lose the extra story. I could sell both and get the absolute with the extra story, but I think it's funnier that I double dip that way. It's a better story for me to tell. So there we go. I really like the Dead Man film as well with Johnny Depp. Not comic related though. Okay. Physical media supremacy. You are correct. Ghost in the Shell, Standalone Complex is a really good anime. It still stands up to today in terms of animation, story, characters, etc. It's a legend of an anime series. I wonder if I have that. I don't think I have the movie. So how many DVDs would be in that Standalone Complex?
4 or 5. I believe Standalone Complex was a 26 episode one. It played on Adult Swim. I feel like it was a 26 episode limited series.
Well, here's your fellow Clevelander. Hey now, boy, it's late for you to be tuning in. Did you just get off your shift or class or whatever it is you're up to? I never know what you're up to.
Cycle, I read Noah Van Sciver. I'm not going to say any more than that, but I did it.
BJ Comics are dope. YouTube. Lars, to be fair, you really don't like comic books. You yell at us about Euro comics being superior, and it doesn't surprise me that you didn't like New 52, Justice League Dark, and there were 2 Ghost in the Shell movies.
I'm familiar with the one. I wonder what the other one is.
I have no idea. But Lars, seriously, really, do you like comic books? What's going on here? Because I am having trouble figuring you out. Is it just European comics that you like? Be honest here. You can be honest with us. This is a safe space, although I've already judged you. So is it a safe space? No.
I am convinced that there are a number of comic fans that don't actually like comics, and they just like to be angry about comics. I don't know. I don't know Lars.
I'm just teasing Lars.
I'm certainly not accusing of that, but
I'm just teasing Lars. I'm kidding around, but I agree with you completely. Lars is not one of those people. I'm just kidding him.
Good for you for not being one of those people, Lars.
No, he does like comics. Oh yeah, Comics Are Dope is a good channel.
And if you want to see Jess and BJ of Comics Are Dope fame together, they did happen to be on a stream talking about DC Evergreen books recently. I don't know what channel I was on.
It's on very fine condition.
I can't recommend that, but yeah, they were recently together in one space. So worlds collide there.
I'd like to do a show with him in the future.
Just ask. He said he's trying to be more open for things like that.
Sorry?
He said so Kixla said he's trying to be more open to like doing things like that.
Is he generally not much of a joiner?
No, it's not that. It's just like he is incredibly busy because he has a young kid. He has a full-time job. He has 3 YouTube channels. Kix is a guy who is like very he's part of the leadership group at his church. He is someone who is doing things at all times, but he is trying to be like more open for things. So I can shoot him a text and let him know that
I shot him a text.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I was gonna say let him know in Jabronis that you want to do stuff with him. And
I have a dialogue open with him, but I didn't know that he didn't, as a rule, didn't really participate in other things.
It's not even that. He has just said that he wants to be more open. He wants to say yes to more things. So if you say I want to do something with you,
he can give me $100 too if he wants to say yes to more things.
Oh, Kix is famous for giving out money to just anyone who asks.
Nice. Yeah, the show's just starting, Cycle. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 hours and 42 minutes. It's like the same thing.
Lars, animated movies, yes. There's been one live action movie in the US. Not very good. Is that the one with Scarlett Johansson? Yeah, probably.
Oh, I realized there was a Battle Angel Alita movie. I didn't realize that no, sorry, Cycle. I'm drinking a Waterloo Blackberry Lemonade
Blackberry
seltzer.
Lemonade, that sounds so good.
It's legit. It's a seltzer, so there's like no sugar or anything like that. It just tastes delicious, and it's just like fizzy and good.
Wait, what was I gonna say? Ghost in the Shell, Scarlett Johansson, animated movies.
Battle Angel Alita.
Oh, Battle Angel Alita. I bought for $5 the 4K HD from Amazon.
Is it worth it?
Sorry?
Is the movie worth it? Have you watched it?
Oh, hell no. I just wanted to get it for $5.
It's in its own stack of shame.
It's oh yeah, I have a huge pile of DVDs that are the whole thing is its own stack of shame. It's amazing. Let's see.
So, real quick, speaking of movies,
Stop
when
yelling.
I'm sorry,
No, not you, Cycle.
I will talk quieter.
No, it's not you. You're fine with me. Cycle's just in the chat right away yelling at us about Forever Evil Blight and how bad it is.
But the Cycle yelling is like Cycle's love language. Like when Cycle like does regular, I'm like, oh, Cycle doesn't care about this topic. We need to get Cycle more invested.
That's a good point.
So speaking of movies,
yes, best movies of the year.
So I was thinking about that. Again, I have young kids, so the idea of like getting 3-ish hours or even 2 hours that like I can just like sit and watch something by myself is pretty rare. I'm very excited to watch The Killer. I've talked here before about how I love those comics. David Fincher is a director I like a lot. Haven't seen that yet. I was thinking back and I was like, what would be my movie of 2023? I don't know that I've seen, especially not at theaters, a 2023 movie outside of Paw Patrol: The Mighty Movie. But legit, I really enjoyed that movie. So I think by default, my movie of 2023 has to be Paw Patrol: The Mighty Movie.
I think that's great. What about this show, Bluey?
Oh, Bluey is so good.
That's what I almost want to.
Do you want to get into it with Bluey? Oh
no, I don't. I've already, but just to hear you, both you and Lou say Bluey is legit great watching for adults and kids.
Okay, next time lower management comes home to watch a Rams game, I don't know if it's happening tomorrow, but when it happens,
Patty's got COVID now, so she's not coming over tomorrow. I'm legit upset. Patty just found out today she has COVID.
Give Patty a long distance hug for me.
I will.
Let her know that we're thinking about her. We hope she gets better and gets through it. But the next time, it is safe for all of you guys to be around. Presumably, when you're doing other things, watch a few episodes of Bluey. If you want a curated list, text me. I can let you know like what are the good ones to watch. But it is just like it is such a wonderful, wholesome, adorable show. The episodes are 7 minutes long, so they're super easy to watch. Each episode is originally scored by an orchestra, and it just like beautifully done. It's a wonderful show. It is legitimately good. Every time they drop new episodes, like my wife and I have a rule that like if we are not together, we cannot watch a new episode because we have to be together. There's 10 new episodes coming out in January. We will probably watch them like in one night. It's going to be amazing.
And what streaming service?
Disney Plus. Disney Plus. Yep. It's an Australian show, so it's unlike I think like Australia 1 out there, but for the international release, Disney carries it.
Okay. It is a better story, Jess, and I still remember this is New Frontier. I still remember when I first heard it, which was just as the new with Exorcist. Oh, I tell the better story. Yeah, right, exactly. You're exactly right. Yeah, but I think Watchmen is getting taken off of Max. I know it's getting taken off of Max. They made an announcement about that. Okay, we're talking about Standalone Complex is re-released on Blu-ray with each season on its own release. There are 2 animated movies which are very good. I'll post on the Discord. Awesome. Thank you.
There you go. There you go.
Very fine condition. Let's build our DC Evergreen list. There we go. And here is my movie of the year, Godzilla -1. Granted, I only went out. Now, James, you know my life better than I do. Have I seen more movies than The Marvels and Godzilla -1?
Those are the ones I know you've seen.
I love The Marvels. And I can't even describe how great Godzilla is, but I will tell you, tears were flowing from my eyes at the very end. So moving, so well done, such an a beautifully rendered human interest story. It takes place at the end of World War II, and goes through, war Japan, post-war Japan. Godzilla's almost secondary to the human interest part of kind of a failed kamikaze pilot who just can't bring himself to do his duty, which of course is in Japan is highly offensive and dishonorable. And he has to share that he has to carry that burden with him as he goes through the rebuilding of Japan. But and not only does he witness Godzilla for the first time and feels well, I don't want to ruin that part, but he witnesses Godzilla for the first time on some outer island, and then he sees Godzilla again when Godzilla starts heading for the main island of Japan. And it's the actors do a most remarkable job. It is incredibly believable. I mean, you could take Godzilla out of the picture and it would still be an incredibly moving story. But Godzilla adds this. Godzilla is the most kick-ass, deadly version of him that has ever existed. And just the way this movie is constructed and the ability of the actors and the story that it's told and the way it's directed, the special effects, of course, are crazy great. It is really remarkable. And I can't, let me see if James says I've watched any other movies. Oh, I saw Across the Spider-Verse. That's why, right? I saw Barbie. Thank you. Yeah, Barbie was awesome. Across the Spider-Verse was awesome. I only leave my house for awesome movies.
Did see that one with my daughter. I forgot about that.
Barbie?
No. Across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
I wanted to see Barbie. I still want to see Barbie, but my wife took her mom, which was fair. Her mom doesn't get out much, and it was a cool thing for them. But I'm very excited to watch it on HBO Max. But from what you are describing of Godzilla -1, first up, did you read Half Century War? And
yeah, I have that.
So from what you're describing, it seems like there might be a little bit of a parallel there. Did you feel that, where it's like the idea that the story is about sort of the relationship of this human, and not like Godzilla, the animated series, where it's like a guy with Godzilla, but it's like a man's story about his relationship with Godzilla through the ages? Is that sort of what it's?
No, this is the story of the failed kamikaze pilot coming home to a firebombed out city where his neighbors are. He comes to his house where his parents had been killed in the firebombing. A woman who lived across from him or next door to him lost her family and like spits in his face because he came back, and it was known that he was a kamikaze pilot. He is he's wandering in a market at the time and gets a baby thrust in his hand as a woman's running away from somebody yelling, "Stop the thief!" She shoves the baby in his hand, keeps running. Turns out she's hiding, waiting to see what he does with the baby. And they strike up an interesting relationship that is completely platonic. But he's still
weird. That's how I got my daughter.
It's completely platonic, but he's haunted by the fact that he feels like he's failed his parents. He's failed his country. He's failed himself by not being a successful kamikaze pilot. and the people that know about it. Actually, my computer's, I think this, let me take my. Okay, my microphone was sucking power from my computer and I'm about to run out. So it deals with the demons that he carries and how the woman and the baby interact with him. And he finds a job where he's a sharpshooter on a wooden boat that goes out to clear harbors of mines, and develops a relationship with those men. And it's like that. So
Okay.
Godzilla's sort of what pulls everything together. But in my mind, it's more of a story of one man's redemption, the rebirth of a nation, the obstacles that you have to go through due to the geopolitical climate. It was amazing. I just it didn't. Godzilla's scary. He's very destructive, and the special effects are very real. But with a crappy story and crappy acting, you wouldn't care about this, no matter how devastating Godzilla is. It would be a bomb. That's probably not the right word.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that they've already had that in Gojira.
Sorry about that. It'd be a flop. So it's just I want to say it's like a 10 out of 10. I don't see how you could make it any better. And it's just, I never saw Oppenheimer, which I regret. But I did see Barbie, and I loved Barbie too. So I would say Barbie and Godzilla were my favorite movies of the year.
Well, Dan Didio told me he loved Godzilla -1. He did not tell me anything about Barbie. So I'm going to assume, just based on the fact that you loved Godzilla -1 and he did, that that Godzilla -1 is movie of the year. Although, do not sleep on Paw Patrol the Mighty movie. That is legit great. It was way better than it had any right to be. And I will stand by the fact I think that was the best superhero movie of the year.
And it is animated?
It's CG animated, so it's all 3D computer.
Okay. Let's see. Ghost in the Shell, Insane. We're past 4 hours.
No, we are technically for live hours, because remember we started late. It is 3 hours and 56 minutes, and I think once we hit 4 hours, I think I got to call it pretty shortly at that point.
Okay, yeah, this is getting late.
But we have to see 4 hours at this point, so we need to push it.
Sure.
3 more minutes.
Yeah, Johnny, you definitely have to see Godzilla -1.
I have Killers of the Flower Moon is very high in my list. I don't know when I'm going to find like 3 hours by myself.
Same.
Because that's like my big thing is like all of my TV watching at this point, it either has to be something with my kids or it has to be something, and like that's the majority of it, or there's a much more limited time where it's like I can watch things with my wife. And if she is not interested in it, I have like 15 minutes a day that I can fit something in, and I can. So like that's how I'm going through Succession. I love Succession. But I haven't finished it yet because like I can fit like very little parts of it going through.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Did you watch the short that I put up today? I know you commented on it.
I did. Well, yeah, it was just like chopped up from your scene with Jake, and I watched the actual stream that you did too.
Well, yeah, it was. That's part. I mean, I enjoyed the Marvels a lot, a lot.
Yeah, your friend Daniel and
Lamont.
Yeah.
Did I mention them in the short?
Yeah.
Oh, good. But
you gave them your business card.
I did.
And every time you say that, you said you gave them your address, and then you say for this channel. And I always think that you're going to say, I gave them my address, and then they showed up my house. And I was like, why did I do this?
No, my YouTube address. But that's what made it even better. The Marvels. I mean, I love the Marvels, but when the guy, we had no communication between us whatsoever throughout the whole movie, and then the guy just turned around and said, "What'd you think of it?" And I said, "I thought it was great." And he goes, "I did too." And then we just started nerding out together. And whatever chemical that releases in your brain to give you like euphoria, my brain got flooded with it because I was like, this is the greatest experience, because it was so fun to just interact with complete strangers that loved the movie, and we were just totally getting into it with each other, and it was super fun. So
Give me that serotonin drip all day. Serotonin.
Is that what it is? Serotonin?
Serotonin is the chemical that says, "Ooh, I'm happy now."
What's dopamine?
Dopamine. Both of them are, both of them are like happiness. Like,
Right.
maybe
Yeah.
Cycle can tell us how they are different, but serotonin and dopamine are both the like, ooh, I'm enjoying this right now. Yeah. See, Mr. Tex is saying serotonin, but dopamine is also that. So now, actually, all right. Now I got to look up serotonin versus dope. Okay, and
The first stream I have had a power nap during.
serotonin is associated with happiness, focus, and calmness. Dopamine is associated with rewards and motivation. Dopamine and serotonin also share involvement in some mental health conditions, including depression and mood disorders. Dopamine and serotonin also have some distinct functions. Of course, it doesn't go on from there, but I guess serotonin is like, from the little that I'm seeing right here, it looks like serotonin is like just sort of like general levels of happiness, and dopamine is more of the like response chemical. Now, I am not a medical professional. I have literally just read like 3 sentences on Google, so don't take that for what it is, but I'm guessing that's the difference.
Let's see. Oh, okay. We're done talking about Godzilla. We were talking about.
Now, do we want to give spoilers for Paw Patrol the Mighty movie? Because I can throw. There are some points. I got some tears going on there.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about Godzilla. Well, yeah, I guess that could be a little spoilery, but I didn't.
You set up the premise
line, so I don't know. I had to make sure I told you why it was such a great movie. 5 minutes. That's when I'll be done with my show. She wants something hot. Oh, she wants hot tea.
I do not blame her. I have been I'm out of it now, and I wish I had more. But Patty knows what's up.
Is Godzilla 11-year-old friendly? Gee, I don't even know what it's rated. I mean, there's what what has your 11-year-old seen that might be considered? You know what? There's nothing more traumatic than in any Marvel movie. So there's
Godzilla -1 is PG-13.
Okay.
For creature violence and action.
Well, there's also humans getting Godzilla chomped.
Exciting emotional kaiju tale has deaths, mass destruction from Common Sense Media. They Common Sense Media, which is like sort of the general for parents, say give it an age 11+ rating. So 11-year-old, according to Common Sense Media, is good to go.
Okay. Yeah, no, I did say Barbie. It was truly fantastic. I had a cut. Are we talking about Godzilla? Barbie, 11-year-old friendly. I don't want to highlight your comments next to Imaginaut. They're really good, but I don't want to highlight them because it might spoil the movie Godzilla. You're making really good points, though, and I think they're interesting. Very interesting. And Max says Wonka is great.
I have heard nothing but great things. It looks great, and when they say it's by the same people that did Paddington, like that just tells me like this is going to be great.
Yeah, and Max has actually always been spot on with his recommendations about movies with me.
By the way, Max, the picture on my cup is a picture of my face in a star.
Yes, I do want to see Oppenheimer out in the real world. I'm willing to go out in the real world again. I know that's controversial, but I'm willing to do it for Oppenheimer. They're still young. Cycle, yelling. Paw Patrol. Can Seven Soldiers by Morrison be read before Infinite Crisis? I actually read them completely separately.
I would say that Seven Soldiers has nothing to do with Infinite Crisis, but Seven Soldiers actually works as a decent lead-in to Final Crisis.
Okay, that makes sense. I read Seven Soldiers by itself.
Yeah,
and I loved it.
Yeah, it like Seven Soldiers is almost like non-universal. Like the changes that happen in Infinite Crisis do not affect anything that happens there. Now, if you want to skip it because it's written by Grant Morrison, that's totally cool, and you're fine to do so.
Shut up. That's not even right. Grant Morrison is great in this book. Seven Soldiers.
You don't need to listen to Grant Morrison just because.
Stop the nonsense. What's wrong with you? Stop it. You can't. People can't hear you. Seven Soldiers can be read on its own completely, and it's one of Grant Morrison's more accessible works.
That still doesn't mean you need to read it.
Stop. What is wrong with you? Wow, I missed this. YouTube didn't have it on my subscription page. I had to search your channel manually to see you were alive. Hit the notification bell.
Ring that bell for notifications. Ding! That's the sound it makes.
What that's from?
Every time you like go to, you see the animation where it's like, you see the thing and it goes like click subscribe and then it clicks the bell and it goes ding.
Oh.
It doesn't actually make any sound when you click on it, but everyone just imagines the ding. Because like you see all those different things there.
Okay. Wait, go back to your first comment. Next to Imaginaut, it's So this year I was forced to miss many new films that I'd otherwise planned to catch and have at least one that I'm committed to that might claim a slot. The Boy and
I'm sure that's and the Heron. I'm very excited to watch that. I probably will not get to see it in theaters, but I'm very excited to watch that. That's the new / last Miyazaki.
Right. My movie buddy and I want to see that too. I'm exhausted. It's been like, oh my gosh, I have to do something to psych myself up and make this video because now it's Sunday. And I meant to do it yesterday at like noon.
That's the day that the Rams are going to play. And they're playing the Commanders. And I have 3 Rams going for my fantasy football team in the first round of the playoffs. So I am, even if Carson Wentz isn't playing this week, I'm a big old Rams fan.
Carson Wentz is one of the Rams? Wait, who are the Rams that are on your fantasy team?
So I have Puka, I have Cooper Kupp, and I have Kyron going. So
nice.
Basically, I have like most of the offense.
Yeah. That's great. I hope you win. I hope you get like 70 points off of Puka alone.
Me too. I do. His name is Puka Nakua. How can you not just like root for Puka Nakua like that?
Every time he makes a catch, my daughter and I sing Nakua Matata. Means no worries for the Rams. Nakua Matata.
See, that's way more clever for me. I just go Puka.
Hey, as long as you're rooting for him, I have no problem. Let's see. Did I get to everybody? I will put Bunk's address in the description box below because he was a late add-in. Thank you very much, Bunk, for joining. You made this a lot more fun than it would have been with just me solo. I really
speaking of, by the way, super producer James has a comment that I think needs to be highlighted here.
Where is it?
12:16. Nope, 12:16 a.m.
12:16. Oh my God. 12:16. Oh, that one?
That one right there. We have set Omnidog history today and yesterday.
Is this longer than my giveaway one? When I gave away, I was on the air by myself, though.
If James said it, I have to assume it's true.
Wow. Well, this is something. Thank you for helping me make it happen, Bunk, and the chat. A lot of people have been here since the very beginning, which I really appreciate. Thank you. Thank you, Kane. Here's Bunkmaster B.
That's me. Don't. If you have been here from the beginning, do not click on that and go watch any of my stuff. Go to bed. Go to bed. Even if you were in a different time zone where it's like noon right now, go to bed. And then maybe come back to this later and go watch my videos. But right now, go to bed. You guys deserved it. That means you, Spooey. I see that emoji right there. Go to bed.
I know. Let's give a celebration. Whee! There we go. That's a good one. And then, of course, this one.
I am not a crook.
Bed.
Yep. Those are maybe like a hot cup of tea.
Oh, I need to take that to my wife. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Lionheart. I assume he is congratulating me for the presumed victory that I just have over him in Samurai Showdown. That's the only thing I can assume that he is congratulating me on. So, that's pretty sweet. Thank you, Lionheart. We don't even need to like play or even pretend we're going to. I appreciate your congratulations on the victory. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, Bunk, for joining. Peace and love. Peace and love. Tomorrow or today at 1 p.m. I'll be on with Jess 1. I'm Jess 2. We'll be talking about Superman comics. And yeah. And then I'll be on Omnibus Monday and Wednesday. Monday is the big gift card giveaway. So peace and love. Peace and love. Thank you for watching. And I will play us out with our song. And thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate everybody's love and support and opinions and comics. And everybody's cool. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Later, chat.
Oh, I want to wait till the balloons.
Baturdays, Baturdays. Omnidog in the miniature of comics. Talk forever, get right your ergonomics. Taking questions from the chat. With a name like that, you think they talk more about the past. Baturdays, Baturdays,